Okay, we are back once again with more Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, where we have made a trip back to the past. Well, Edgeworth has gone to the area where, Fent took Edgeworth to an area that was a case in the past. And now we're, I guess, reminiscing about it, or doing some other thing, I'm not entirely sure. As of yet, it's nice to see that OBS is still playing up as always for some reason. I don't know why, but that is what it is. When it comes to, what was I going to say? We went back in time. It's a bacon bop show, which is like a kids' cooking show with dancing and stuff. The main lead's been accused of murdering someone who was in a cooking competition. We've met the partner that he has, like the assistants. We've met one of the chefs. The other chefs died. And we're just basically in there and investigating the... We've just finished investigating the... what do we do? We just finished investigating the... what do you call it? We finished investigating the, crime scene, which was basically a giant pirate ship made out of chocolate, and a whole bunch of other things that are made out of chocolate. Everything apparently in the room is edible. There's water that's flowing through the area. This guy's mansion has, like, rooms that are dedicated to every single chef. So I'm assuming we're going to get to talk to all of them as well. So we'll see how that goes. And then also we finished the second case. The second case took us at least 4 streams to get through. I'm hoping that the rest of the cases aren't going to be like this. I don't think we'll have this game finished this week, just because I haven't been able to stream as much. And also, tomorrow I probably won't be able to stream either because of getting this video uploaded, I'm guessing, so we'll see what happens there. Obviously, we also finished it. We finished the second case, and no revelation at the end of the previous case, and also no other stuff either, I guess. We just basically unveiled that the warden had done it, and basically had a vendetta against Canis because he was using her, and then she was using someone else, and then she got the connection between the murderer and the thing as well. So I'm just gonna make sure everything's working. I guess in terms of, like, obviously the rest of the week, if I am able to stream on Thursday and Friday, I should say it is Thursday, I should say, so if I don't stream tomorrow, that means we can at least guarantee we can do a Saturday stream. Which will be Persona 5 Strikers. Sunday, we may come back and do this. Because I believe, is Sunday going to be the last day of August? It is. So the last day of August would be that. Then Monday would be Rivals, and then Tuesday for Friday would be this. I'm thinking that I can probably get the game done next week. Not this week like I thought I could have, just because of time. Because I'll need to make room for this. I'll need to do a few other things as well. I'm trying to think what else ended up happening, because pretty much after we did the investigation of where we found Casaredo, we talked about all the stuff with him, we found the murder weapon, we got the connection between the warden and all the other characters, and then we got the breakdown and all the other stuff. That's pretty much everything, so I'm just going to check if this is working. It's saying that I'm offline still. We've been going for 4 minutes, and it's still telling me that I'm offline, even though we're clearly online, and if I check my thing, we're clearly online. Everything else is saying otherwise. I don't know what's going on with OBS, but it's telling me the same thing all the time. So yeah, obviously that's what we're going to do now. I don't know if we'll finish this case today. I have no clue how long it is, so we'll just get right into it, I guess. Obviously the same things apply as it always has, full voice acting I'm going to try and do. Also, what is it? Full voice acting, all the press statements, all the trophies, as per usual, so let's get the game started. We have new items in the gallery, that's completely fine. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with OBS, because it just came on with all the viewer stuff and everything now, and then it told me, the ad break starts in 1 minute, usually, which is not, usually there's a 3-minute countdown, so I don't know what's going on with this. It's weird, so we'll just leave it. Alright, load into the game. I always load in versus... I think we've already investigated everything at the moment, so I believe now I have to put the logic together. No, we've still got stuff to investigate here. Okay. Apparently we still have some things to investigate here. Maybe we have to deduce something, but I'm gonna look around and just see if there's anything in particular that needs to be analyzed. It's probably got to do with the second side. Actually, because we haven't investigated this area yet. But yeah, this is all made out of chocolate, by the way. Like, he made an entire, like, treasure chest, pirate ship, waves, all the stuff's made out of chocolate. It just reminds me of something straight out of, like, Willy Wonka. Which, I mean, there are people that do stuff like this. Maybe not to this level, but, like, they still make giant, like... I'm sure someone, if someone commissioned for this to happen, they would definitely make it, I think. It's titled Voyage of the Red Rover. Off the southern seven seas, a legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Who knew? So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything. Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Can't say for long, maybe 30 minutes. Oh good, it's understandable. I'm sorry to hear that your internet had the problem. Welcome in Move the Critic, thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. Yeah, this was about the earliest that I was going to be able to start. Like, I sped through as fast as I possibly could, but it's all good if you have to leave. I don't mind. Why is my chair sinking into the abyss? I feel like I should have adjusted this before, but it's fine. I'm glad to hear that Caught Stealing was great. I'm glad to hear that, Terminal List Dark Wolf is great as well. It's always good to see successful things. Now we just gotta wait and see if, I guess the last thing this month is gonna be, how Twisted Metal, the last 3 episodes of Twisted Metal end up being. You have to wake up in 7 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah. I understand. That's what I said. I'm not gonna... We had a good chat, like, earlier anyway, and it's like, I get it. But yeah, you made the best decision in terms of, do not play AC Shadows with the internet off. Because, remember that they've tied the trophies to, being online, so... If you, Oh, Honey Dunce this Sunday, that's the last day of, yeah, never mind. Sunday's the last day of August, so you've got that to look forward to. Yeah, the trophies are tied, for AC Shadows are tied to being online, so if your internet connection is off, and you get a trophy, yeah, it's not gonna pop. So do not, under any circumstances, play AC Shadows with no internet. That's what being a real detective is all about. Did they even have detectives back in those days? I think that's everything now. Yeah, so Honey Don't this Sunday, sometime this week, the last 3 episodes of Twisted Metal, Season 2, which will be interesting. To say the least, it's gone from the wackiest TV show I think I've ever, like... How does it go from that many different... I hate it when I click on these ads. I'm trying to... Okay, there we go. So we should have done everything now. Next week's Hunger Games Marathon, and after that it's the Leo movie at the end of September. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I think September is a big gaming month. There's a lot of games coming out in September. Only like 2 of them I'm interested in, but they come out at the end of the month. Because Dying Light the Beast is September, Gen V Season 2 September, Lego Party is the end of September, September 30th. There's a Final Fantasy game coming in September. So it's like, maybe the first half of September isn't going to be super like packed outside of just the weekly shows that have already started in August. That's like the other thing, so. So we're going to connect this with Broken Stand, and then we want to. We already touched the teapot already, I believe. We have to add that. We have to add that to the court record. That's all done. That's all done. That's all done. Then connect the damage creation. Why did it break? Yeah, September 17 and 19 will be good. September 30th for me will also be good. I mean, I won't be playing them straight away, but 2 games come out on the 30th of September. I'm still not sure what I'm getting Lego Party on. We might get it on the Switch, because I think Allison might be interested in playing the game, so we might get the Lego Party on the Switch. And then we might play that soonish, I guess. I haven't decided. What is the other game? It's a Final Fantasy Tactics game that they released a version of for the first time. I've not played it. Yeah, that's my. Yeah, I think it's just Lego Party and Final Fantasy Tactics that are this month for me. From what does my games list say? Hang on a second, because a lot of games have changed their release dates because of Hollow Knight. Because if you didn't know, Hollow Knight comes out next week. I'm not playing Hollow Knight, but already 9 games have moved their release dates just because of Hollow Knight. Get ready to suit up soon. I almost got 50k points. Oh no. That's a lot of watching. Can't do this to me. Yeah. Just Lego Party and Tactics at the end of the month. And then, like, in that same week, Ghost of Yotei comes out. Digimon Story comes out, but again, these are all PS5 games. Like, most of the stuff that's coming out that I would want is PS5. And it's like, yeah. So the only 2 games that are PS4 are at the end of September. Why would anyone want to see me dressing up as a Pikachu?
Who's that?
42.5k. Yeah, you're not that far off. You're not that far off. That's a lot of watch hours. I can't tell you how many points I have, because on your channel, because you don't have any points at the moment, but. Oh yeah, October is Tron, It, and Mortal Kombat 2. Those are at least, well, I was just talking about game-wise. Movie-wise, there's a lot of stuff in October. November is Nay See Me 3. And then December has, like, Fallout Season 2. Like, there's good things coming out every month, I think, for the most part. Because November is a big gaming month, usually. That's when a lot of the major titles come out, but. And then December is like the Game Awards and Octopath Traveler, Fallout Season 2. And then you've got the lead into January. Oh, Predator Badlands. I'm not sure about the Predator show. Or the Predator thing. I'm not sure about that. I've also heard Alien Earth is. I think they're up to episode 4 of Alien Earth, and I've heard it is goofy and not good. It's probably not going to be a good show. There was already things that I didn't like from what I heard from the first couple of episodes, and then I've heard that the next couple of episodes, it's like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Some things just don't make any sense to me with that. Running Man should be good, I hope. Stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. Well, that's how brought Miss Bound running. Running Man could be a good movie, I think. Yeah, January Statham movie, Tulsa King Season 3, Bone Temple, and the concert. Yeah. Then February is... And February's RE9. So the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. Why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Why did the chocolate stand supporting the ship break? Yeah, February is... it needs to be December 2026. I mean, that's a lot of... Yeah. December 2026 is going to... You are not ready for December 2026. January 2026 is already starting out with a lot of stuff, and then December 2026 as well. You can't wait any longer. I mean... Yeah. As long as something gets delayed, it should be okay. It's weird. You've got... and then in mid-year, you've got GTA 6 and Mandalorian and Grogu as well. Doomsday in December, Violent Night 2 in December, Shrek 5 is... No, that got delayed, didn't it? Shrek 5 got delayed. Incredibles 3, Zootopia 2, Toy Story 5. Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. Spider-Man is coming out this year, I think. Spider-Man Brand New Day is coming out this year. Or is that next year? Oh, Zootopia 2 is November this year. Oh, okay. So that's November. That means Zootopia 2 and Now You See Me 3 in November. Could that really have been the case? And then we want... I think Why Did It Break and Damaged Creations, wasn't it? Oh, Brand New Day is July 2026. Why am I getting things confused? So we're not getting any Marvel properties outside of... Hang on a second. When are we getting all these Marvel properties then? So if that's the next movie... When are we getting... Let me check. Phase 6? Phase 7? Can't remember if this is Marvel's Phase 6 or not. Let me check real quick. What are we getting? So, yeah, no new movies. So, we're not getting any new movies until next year for MCU. That we know of. What are we getting in terms of... Okay, what are we getting in terms of TV shows? That's the other thing. We're getting a lot of TV shows. Spider-Girl, I mean, they've done... Spider-Gwen is a fairly popular character. I think Gwenpool is more popular, or people get more annoyed with Gwenpool than they do with Spider-Gwen. Because I think Spider-Gwen existed in the Miles Morales movies. So what are we getting? Marvel Zombies, don't care. That's apparently coming out next month. Wonder Man, know nothing about it. Daredevil Born Again Season 2, March. Apparently we're getting Season 2 of The Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, which the first season of Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man was terrible. Terrible. And we're getting Vision Quest as well, which is next year, which is the Vision spin-off of WandaVision, so... Nothing that I really care about, like, I outside of maybe Daredevil Season 2, because I like those characters, but I haven't seen that show, and I've heard that it was bad, so... Spider-Man is July 31st, Supergirl is... When is Supergirl? Supergirl is June 26th. No, they're separate months. June 26th for Supergirl, and Spider-Man is July, so they're separate months. Yeah, separate months. July 31st and June 26th. So 1 month apart, basically. Also, there is apparently a additional release for an unannounced Marvel Studios film for July 23rd, 2027. So there's gonna be a... You're starting Peacemaker Season 2 next week. Oh, you're getting it early? I thought you were gonna wait until Derry came out. In October. Is there something else that you're getting to be able to watch Peacemaker Season 2? Or are you just jumping on to get it now? Mr. Tangerell's creations to... I'm missing it. Oh, you to rewatch Penguin, right. Well, in that case, look forward to Peacemaker Season 2. I've heard that the first episode was good, but I am not sure about, like... That's weird. Again, the guy that reviewed it gave it like a 3%, and it's like, I don't think it would be that low. I also don't think they really liked the other season, so it's like, I liked Peacemaker Season 2, so I'm at least optimistic to... I mean, the only thing that I can comment on is the dance, and I don't think the dance from the first... I don't think the intro was as good as the original. I liked the music better. It was longer, but it just wasn't... Yeah, people also loved Born Again. Yeah, a reviewer that I watched said that Born Again was the best MCU project, and they loved, like, a majority of the stuff that happened in the show. So... It's weird. Who understands what's holding up the ship? I'm not saying that people can't like something, because there's some things that I like that people hate. There's things that I hate that people love, so... Again, at the end of the day, it's just opinion, right? I cannot imagine Peacemaker Season 2 being worse than... some of the other MCU shows. Like, I can't see it being worse than She-Hulk. I can't see it being worse than, I haven't seen Agatha all along on that yet, so I can't really say, but I've seen She-Hulk. Like, to me, She-Hulk is, like, the worst of the TV shows. So, I cannot imagine it being as bad as She-Hulk was. So it really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? Certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mysterious persons. You're going to bed, have a good stream till next time. No problem, thanks for stopping by, have a good sleep. And I will thank you for the chats as always, and I will see you next time. Sent me some Pedro news. I wasn't expecting to see more Pedro news this year. I thought we were done with Pedro outside of Mandalorian and Grogu. What did you send me? Let's have a look-see. Wait, what? Pedro's getting a gay romance lead after Joaquin Phoenix left. I mean, I don't even know what it's about, but I wonder why Joaquin Phoenix left. Because I think Joaquin Phoenix is a better actor than Pedro Pascal is. I mean, I know that people don't like Joker 2, but it's like he has way more, like... Joaquin Phoenix isn't just in Joker 2. He's been in a lot of other movies that are really good. Like Gladiator, and Joker 1 was fantastic. I'm trying to think of like what other things he's done. I know he had like a period of time where he was like rapping, which was not... That was like during the time where he was just not doing movies, but... When it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest. I mean, that at least means that he's more... Like, it's not going to be something that I will watch, because it's just not something that interests me, but... I mean, at least he'll be more natural in the role, I guess, because he'll be able to be himself more, I guess. Like, it's not going to be something that I would watch, but, like, I guess he's more natural for the role. Like, you know, it's something that people can't really complain about, because he's playing a role that he's not... So, I can see some people saying that, like, some of the problems with Pedro Pascal is that he tries to insert himself too much into roles. Like, Reed isn't supposed to sort of be flamboyant. He's supposed to be, like, the nerdy guy that, like, does a, you know... He's supposed to be the more awkward thing, but even... he just... At least that won't be a problem. If he's playing a character that's similar to himself. Which would have remained closed otherwise. What am I missing? I just talked about it. Oh, bad is... Wait, bad is... hovering me around. Am I missing something? No, nothing there. What haven't I attacked yet? Oh, really? I've got to... talk to some more people, maybe? Because I think that's also important as well. It's like, it's not that they... Like, there's been, roles where people have played gay characters that weren't gay themselves. Like, Brokeback Mountain, which, that was like 20 years ago when that was made. That had Heath Ledger and, Jake Gyllenhaal in it. They played those characters completely fine. And a lot of people praise that movie. So I don't necessarily even think that it matters whether it's... Because I remember that was a big problem with some other movies where it was like, oh, you're doing a movie about, like, autism, and you haven't got people that are autistic in the movie, but it's like, I don't think you need that. Like, I get why people want to have that in the thing, but at the same time, it's like, you can... When people are acting, it's acting. Like, you can play characters that you don't need to have a... Pick the person who's best fit for the role, not just the person who's best fit because of a condition that they might have. Like, I think that's more important. I think that's more important in terms of a good role. Like, you don't need to be a vampire to play a vampire, but you need to have some sort of charisma. You need to have a presence on screen. You need to have the right costume. You need to have the right things. It doesn't really matter to me... As somebody who has autism, it doesn't matter to me if the person who's playing that character has autism themselves. If, you know, Russell Crowe in A Beautiful Mind plays a mathematician who has...
Who's that Pokemon?
A form of autism, so it's like, he doesn't need to have that, he just acted that role really well. But I think that's just what's happening nowadays. We're getting to a point where... There's something here that I'm missing. Like, I get why inclusivity is important, but I also get that you can't necessarily, like, have that all, be like that all the time. It's like, this is, again, as someone who also has... Why can I not progress through this part? Do I have to investigate this again, maybe? What is going on? Like, I've done everything here. What have I missed? Examine the ship, outline of the body, find a seal, crime scene notes, examine the ship, examine the crime scene, deduce from the crime scene notes, okay. Missing piece from the ship. So missing piece of chocolate. So I get why people would be angry, but at the same time it's... I'm also of the mind that you can do good work with, missing piece. Is it here that I gotta deduce? Do crime scene notes, see what happens.
Eureka!
I don't know what I'm missing here. Examine the ship again. Highlight the missing piece of chocolate. Where is the missing piece of chocolate on the ship, though? I'm not seeing a missing piece here. Okay, I'm gonna just highlight the area that they have highlighted, which is like down here. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go looking for it. Okay, it was this one. Never mind, that isn't... There must be something missing there that I didn't see. So I don't know, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be completely fine with what they do, like... Again, I'm not the target audience for that in the first place, and I'm all for them including people of all different ethnicities and orientations and all that stuff. I'm all for that. That's all good for me. Just don't force it into things where it doesn't naturally fit or make sense, which is where I think that's where a lot of problems can occur. That's where a lot of problems can occur, and that's where I think a lot of people get turned off by certain content. I probably don't get turned off by it. It can be a criticism in some ways. So the only thing that has been removed from the scene is the body. Yeah, the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. I mean, something here doesn't quite add up. Doesn't? Take a look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Oh, that was what they were talking about. Right, don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What did you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. Oh, that's what they were talking about, the missing stuff. And yet that part of the chest is now gone. Part with blood all over it? Ah, I see. Exactly. So did the police remove it, or perhaps the killer? I mean, is it possible that the blood melted the chocolate? Because, if blood is warm, wouldn't it also then have the... But then if it was warm, and it was in a room that was... Yeah... Was it forensic? They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be. Alright. This should hopefully trigger the next part. No. Okay. There's still something else that I'm missing then. Still something else, and it has to do with up here. It has to do with up here, but yet I can't, like... It has to be up here. Maybe I clicked the wrong option? Crime scene notes are done. Logic with logic. There's no more logic to do here, right? No. Examine the peculiar teapot. We did that already. Because we have the teapot, I believe, in my evidence. Yes. Talk to the chef. Done that already. Examine the frame in question. You'll get the frame fingerprints. We should have that. We don't have the frame finger... Wait, I've hovered over this multiple times. Oh, I see what's happened. I see what's happened here. I hovered over this area before, because I noticed that there was a handprint. And I was like, why can't I analyze this handprint? Because I was, like, hovering over on this, and it's like, oh, it's because you have to highlight over the fingerprint themselves. That was what I was missing. So I did see this handprint before, but I was hovering over it thinking, oh, that's related to the case. Like, there's a handprint clearly here, but no, you have to actually click directly on the fingerprints. Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Did I check that before I... That's right. Okay. Finger marks without prints. They could certainly be important to the case. Someone left finger marks on the chocolate frame but didn't leave any prints. It's a real head scratcher, alright? Not really, I'm guessing whoever wore gloves. Where's the sense of romance, of adventure? It doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Okay. Alright, Eddie? Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? Oh, I'm fine. Besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. Did he wear the jacket? I can't remember. No, he doesn't wear the jacket. I don't think. He doesn't wear this jacket. No, he doesn't wear the jacket. He does not wear the jacket. Didn't I? Or did I have the heat down so low? I've got to remember what this guy's voice was. Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. That's the problem. Bad and him sound the same. Look at that. It was here this whole time. There's one in each of the contest rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to minus 22 Fahrenheit. Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. That is quite cold. So in effect, each room is a giant freezer. It's 59 degrees in here, no wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bad, you, mind if we turn that up a little? We probably can't. Just leave the room. Yeah, preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. I'm no detective. Same goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of the crime. Get used to the cold, it's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. Know the temperature by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? If it's not too hot or too humid, a lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. I mean, candy, like, lollipops... You've got to keep in mind with, like, lollipops and taffy and things like that, those are already, like, heated up to an umpteenth degree. So I feel like it would have to be so hot to be able to, like... It's like rock candy and stuff like that. It's like, it would have to be at a way higher temperature than probably what natural, like, if I left a lollipop out in the 45-degree sun, it probably wouldn't melt. Because usually the heating point for that to start becoming gelatinous, I guess, and like more like taffy being pulled and stuff would be way hotter versus like cream, which would melt. You know, ice cream just melts in the sun. The Bad kind of brought it up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? Suppose he must be very fond of them. Alright, there is our investigation complete. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it. No two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place look locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. I see, and who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies. Mansion key, the one and only key that unlocks every door in the mansion. Tangaroa was in possession of it the entire time. The mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room, anytime he liked. Could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Do you care to explain your thinking? Alright. Press all the statements, and then I think we just do, Present the crime scene, that's on the third thing, and then that will move us to the next beginning part. So, I will just quickly go ahead and we will light up the next parts. That's more examining. Examine. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, why I think Tangaroa did it. If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa wouldn't have been the obvious suspect. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. And why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in this room when the judging finished up. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. One thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney? Do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? Yup. I know you have to believe your client, that's your job, but I'm a detective and I serve the law. I wonder if at this point in time, they were already the Yatagarasu. I'm wondering if, because this is, did they say it was 18 years earlier? I don't know if they would have been at this point, because I'm trying to remember if in the previous game it was, actually, no. In the previous game, they were already in the past, they were already the Yatagarasu, and that was 8 years? So that would mean that this is 10 years on top of that. So I don't know? I don't think they would have been. I feel like, because the Bad is 42, so he would have already been a senior detective, but the other two I think were in their 20s, so they probably would have been, granted, like, that also doesn't count either, because characters in this game become, like, attorneys and stuff, like, in their teens. Delicia Scone, a confectioner who will do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. So we haven't met them yet. I like that they've, for some reason, given them a male-suited character. I don't know why they went with that. No matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. Fully understand your reasoning, detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradictions in his claims.
Who's that Pokemon?
You can press everything freely here. It's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, detective. That's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right on, Mr. Tony. He always looks like he's going in to grab his gun. Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish. Why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he'd locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did, since he had the only key. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe you just left it unlocked without meaning to. You just happened to leave it unlocked, and somebody just happened to find a body inside. Come on, kid, you never make detective thinking like that. I don't want to be a detective, I want to be an attorney. I'd be grateful if you'd stop trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked. You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yep, if he hadn't, the body would have never been found. Struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly, and besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bop, while dancing. It's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop Detective? Am I the only one who isn't familiar with this show? Wow, I never would have guessed. Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now, focus. The point is this, Tangaroa was responsible for breaking that lid. Judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda want to check his hard candy out myself. In that case, how about a demonstration? Alright. I'm also wondering how he's blowing... How is he blowing candy in a room that would be freezing? Like, this is sugar... It's like sugar work, so you can't be in a room that's... How can he be in a room making sugar candy stuff while it's, like, negative degrees? You calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf. A lone wolf. I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. Do you have a clear idea on when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. Yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa. We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Mr. Gusto's room. Perfect alibi if he could set it up just right. Still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Detective Bad seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit. There's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way. Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Bad's theory. Alright, press the notes. So, present the notes.
Objection.
He sounds weird with his... I feel like he doesn't sound old enough. Because how old is Edgeworth's father at this point? He's, I can't even check. We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest. That Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. Seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely based on the evidence. You assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. What if this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing? Yeah, because of the breaking. And if that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at that time. I never said he did it then and there. He could have done something to the stand, so did it collapse when he was in the middle of judging.
Objection.
Have you had any way of proving that assertion? Oh, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yep, on the door. But we found Tangaroa's and Frost's prints on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from them. Take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet. Why would? We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine, but if we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list. Got it? You, check all of this chocolate stuff for prints, now. Yes, sir, right away. This is gonna be interesting. Like, the entire chocolate work's gonna have to get checked for prints. I mean, chocolate would pick up on prints, but it's gonna be... I don't know how well it would pick up on, like... If something was frozen, I guess it would. I guess it would. It would still stick, because I'm trying to think, like, if chocolate was melting, right? If chocolate was melting, it would be hard to pick up prints, because obviously touching it would be, you know, would leave prints, but they would be kind of melted. But if it's, ice cold, like, if it's ice cold, then I would assume that it would still leave prints, because it would be a solider object, I guess. But trying to comb through this entire thing will take a while. Finished dusting chocolate, and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangle Roller, sir. Go on, whose? It's Alicia Scone, sir. She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir. So it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangerone. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Scone and see what she has to say for herself. It's Alicia Scone. Mr. Gusso mentioned her too. Said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. The Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. Reed? Yes, I think we'd better try and speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. Oh, come on. But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clothes already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Bad, sir. Don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor is still busy in there. Oh, right. I forgot that Von Karma, Manfred Von Karma is the lead prosecutor here, so he's gonna be, wait a second, what's this for? What is this for? You trying to get messages in the middle of the day? Oh, is that what it is? Hang on a second, give me a sec. Usually I don't do this, but this is actually like, usually the messages that I get are just spam, but this is not an actual spam one. Just give me a second to reply to this. Usually if it's something related to real, outside of streaming stuff, it's like I usually just respond to it anyway. Sometimes Allison will text in like the middle of a stream, and it depends on what she's thinking. Sometimes she'll, who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred Von Karma. Who gave it to Von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Yep. Manfred Von Karma, a living legend over at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. Can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. And it took us an hour to get into the next segment. Which again, these games are just long. That last case was 4 parts. Like, it was at least three full, well actually no, 2 full streams, plus like the majority of a 3rd stream, and I would say like 3 full streams worth for just the 1 case, because I started the 2nd case at like this near around the end of the 1st one, then 2 full streams, and then another stream where it was like things. So it's like 3/4 of the stream is probably, yeah. So at least 3 streams, at least 3 full streams plus a bit of another one. I like this one as well. December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue, Scone's room. Scone. I say Scone. I could also say Scone. Scone feels like it skips it. I don't know. Delicia Scone or Delicia Scone? Do I say which one is? Which one sounds better? Usually, if like if Allison was making scones, I would say scones. But because this is a character's name, I'm thinking, would it be? It might be Scone. Scone might be the better option. So I guess this is the 2nd exhibit. So the 1st exhibit was a giant pirate ship with treasure and barrels, all made of chocolate. This one here looks like it's a castle that's made out of cake or ice cream, maybe, because I mean, I could see this being cake, but I could also see this being cream. I could see this being ice cream of some sort, because I don't know, the swirls remind me of like an ice cream. It's definitely not made of scones, that's for sure. Candy? Okay. Oh, Candy Castle. Look, there are even some little elves to go with it. Room's laid out, pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though, that's something. Let's see, yeah, it looks like there's a temperature control panel in here too. Over there where that orange light is, right? Better take a closer look at it when we can. It's likely a fairy tale storybook in here. This whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicia Scone. So they said it's candy, but it's also whipped cream as well, so which is, because again, candy and cream have, they already mentioned that cream has to be at a certain temperature, but then candy, being lollipops, would also be at a different thing as well. Where is Miss Scone? Me? Why, I'm just over here, dearie. Okay, here she is.
Who's that?
Oh, just look at you lovely boys. Delicia Scone at your service. Some cheeky blighters back in Blighty even call me Miss Delicious. Called a lovely boy at 34. Unexpected to say the least. Wait, is this a boy or a girl? A confectioner of indeterminate age back home in the UK, they call her Miss Delicious. No, it is a her. Lovely boys, really? Even Mr. Reed? Oh yes, dear, you're the detective over there. You're all lovely boys to me. I'm nobody's lovely boy, lady. Name's Bad. I wonder just how old she is. Finish us up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. Yes, alright. That's Manfred. Alright, I'm looking forward to Manfred's voice acting, because I like Manfred as a character. Manfred's a fun character for sure. Alright, let's keep going. What is the meaning of this chit-chatting with the defense? Oh, he was inside the castle? He was inside the actual castle, so I wonder if we get to go inside. Mr. Ridgeworth, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle. From Karma. What is Manfred von Karma? Sorry, mannequins. The notorious prosecutor Von Karma himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. So, this is also very confronting as well, because, Von Karma, Major Von Karma is responsible for Gregory Edgeworth dying, which was the investigation that we uncovered in the 4th case of the first game. One of the best cases in all of the game, I would say. What a thoroughly rude individual. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow, are even scarier than they say. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. There is. Prosecutor in charge of this case, it is said that he has never lost a trial in these past 25 years. Why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You, the tall fellow. Name's Bad. Is that so hard to remember? I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. Bad, see to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to... I am not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusto's room. Good day. Great, more babysitting. Why are Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. Indeed, I'm not so sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. Hold up, I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. You'll have to wait till I'm done. But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, detective. It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. What kind of screwball attorney asks to have a detective breathing down his neck? Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes, sir, you're amazing, Mr. E. You have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? Alright. Where did, Scone disappear to? She's not in this room anymore. So we can't even ask her any questions, unless she's, like, off to the right, maybe. Like, she's off to the right, so I will investigate everything. Probably... It's better to investigate everything around first, I think. Because she's going to be one of the last things we would investigate anyway, I guess, but... It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle's made out of sugar and cream. So it's candy and whipped cream, I guess. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. Because there's some candy inside. I didn't know you were so into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get so carried away there. No need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. Sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. Oh, Dr. Blacko, welcome in. I'm doing good. We are investigating a crime scene at a confectioner's mansion where all the contestants are, well, they're all making stuff, so we one confectioner made a entire pirate ship out of chocolate with treasure and barrels, and now this person's made a entire magical castle out of cream and candy. I'm doing very good though today. It's still cold, but it's good to be back streaming after taking yesterday off. How are you doing today? Or I should say, how are you doing this time zone? Because day and night is completely opposite for me. Usually everyone that comes in, it's always night. Hope that all is well though. "6:46 p.m. for you. So that would be... Where am I from? Australia. I'm in the... I'm from the future land of Australia. So 6:46 p.m. That would be 4 hours minus then 12. So that would be US time. That would have to be US time. Because my friend's time zone from Florida would be 4 hours minus, and then just flip the AM PM. Yeah. So that'd have to be a US time zone. And so that sounds super interesting. You can make a ton of friends, me included, I'm sure. I'd like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. Big brother, huh? Oh, right. Guess I have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. Then, with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? So, yeah, unless someone's in Australia, or it's like New Zealand, which is the future, I'm usually ahead of everyone else. I don't think I've met anyone from New Zealand, actually, so... I know several people from Australia, but no one from New Zealand, so I'm still the furthest ahead in the future. Yeah. Which is kind of fun. Okay, let's scour the scene, let's investigate this castle. Can I show the chocolate work? No, I can't. Doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy born in a barn? You could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Cream's going all running. The whipped cream is melting and will lose its shape at the slightest touch. Yeah, that's not good. It's all over the detective's shoes, so it's already melting. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Alright, tell me what you want to look at first. Let's look at the candies first? There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether. Oh, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it in there. I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. So yeah, this is a visual novel, slash investigating, slash lawyer presenting evidence, slash murder mystery, in the wackiest form possible, with a lot of colorful characters, a lot of puns, a lot of Ceribot banning people for playing good job, Seri, for banning the bot. It never ends. It never ends. Bots all over the place. I will be voice acting, or I will be trying to voice act all of the characters. It is difficult, but at the same time, it is quite fun. And this is like the halfway point through the game, according to. Well, there's 5 cases, and we're on case 3, so I guess we'll just wait and see, right? We'll see where we go. Alright. What else do we have to investigate on this, Every case in this game so far has been very consistent, though. We had a, potentially the best first case in one of these games, outside of maybe one. Then we had a prison escape, a prison-like case, and then now I've got confectionery, which I love cakes, I love sweets, I love all that sort of stuff. So this just feels like it's a... This feels like it's a game that was made for me. These pillars, they have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Oh, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry? A giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame the guy for wishing. I prefer bananas myself. Blueberries for me. A favorite fruit? Grapes? I feel like if I had to choose a favorite fruit, it would be grapes, then... pear? Then mango? Maybe? Grapes would be my favorite fruits. I think, yeah. Yeah, I think grapes would be my favorite fruit if I had to pick one. And there's all these other technicalities as well, like, oh, tomato is a fruit, but banana isn't, because bananas have, bananas aren't a fruit, they're a berry. Sorry, they're a berry, not a... Yeah, they're a berry, not a fruit. But then people say strawberries are a fruit. Or do they say strawberries are berries? I don't know, because I would say... most people will probably say a strawberry is a fruit, because fruits are berries, but berries are not fruit, but then... bananas have... Yeah, like... two big rock crystals. Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. Somebody was using the castle. I've noticed this at least a few times. A few spelling mistakes. Kinda expected something a little more exciting behind those doors. I don't know, maybe they're giant uncut gemstones. Maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a priceless treasure hidden inside. I think I'd treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. Something on the bottom of them. Oh, those are the... Okay, so those are the things that go onto the... Yeah, okay, so those are the things that go onto the... Those crystals go onto the castle at the front. That's what they do. For some reason, there are stands mounted on the bottom of the rock crystals we found inside the Candy's castle. So I'm guessing we're going to have to compare those two things together. I was right. They are gemstones. The stands must be so they can be put on display. So those, that connects those two pieces of logic together. Well, whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paperweights. Alright, we now know that those have the connection. So these go into here. So why were they not in there already, if that's the case? Because there's nothing else that I can view in this at the moment. Also, sometimes you'll just see Edgeworth twerking a bit. That's just my controller being bad. I want to investigate the crime scene first before I talk to everyone, I think, so... Let's just make sure that we, It's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango down 9... Wait. Mango down 911. Homocyanide 247. Wait, they're all poisons. Oh, so the common colorings and flavorings used in candies and desserts. Why would you call your... What? Homocyanide? Why would you call that a common... Why would you call a flavoring and coloring homocyanide? What a... And mango... What was it? Mango something. The first is concentrated mango, boiled down to its pure essence, hence mango down. We're asking for trouble with a name like that. Now I'm curious as to what homocyanide it might be. What is homocyanide? That just sounds that sounds like murder in a can. Cyanide's already deadly, but homicide would imply murder, so... If mango down is concentrated mango in its purest essence, what would homocyanide be? Like, that doesn't... None of those... Cyanide is not edible. I can't think of any foods that would start with... I have no clue what that's for. Maybe that's to do with the case, who knows? Who actually knows? I guess we'll find out later. Don't turn around, don't turn around! Don't turn around, you'll eat it! You can't eat the castle! Don't eat the castle! Guess he's watching his sugar intake. Yeah, they wouldn't also be allowed to eat the crime scene, so that would be bad. Room's laid out the same as Tangaroa's. Does anything else strike you as strange? When Karma was inside the castle, must have been looking around in there. Who knows? Maybe he had a reason to. Well, what was he even looking around for? Because we saw the detective walk up to the castle. We saw him walk up to the castle, and he would have had to have ducked in there to go in. And the castle itself is relative to the size of the person, so I don't know how Von Karma got in without coming out covered in cream. I don't know how that works. How would he have come out if you're not covered in... yeah. What about Miss Scone? Does she seem suspicious to you? She's hiding something. I'd bet my badge on it. Call it Detective's Intuition. Detective's Intuition, huh? Well, I have to say, I don't disagree. Something's not right here. I think we'd better hear Miss Scone's side of the story. We're gonna do that later. Because we have other things to investigate. There's a small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Light set to green. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature's near too high. That explains why they said that it was, on the slightest touch, that it was melting. And before people jump in and say, like, oh, well, 50 degrees and 64 degrees isn't that big of a difference, it actually is, if you really do think about it. Like, 14 degrees difference is the difference between a mildly, you know, if 26 degrees Celsius is like a warm summer day here, 40 degrees is like a smeltering hot day, so keep that in mind. Like, just because 14 degrees is a big difference for any situation. And, you know, when you think about it, like, if I think is it like 50 temperatures? 50 degree plus temperatures outside would be dangerous for humans. And like, there's been, the hottest day that I've experienced on record was like a 46 Celsius day. And so if you turn that up another 14 degrees, I feel like that would be dangerous for normal people that aren't like elderly or sick or anything like that, because 46 degrees is already a hard enough thing to deal with, let alone it being an extra 14 on top of that. You've been sick the whole week and you're in bed? That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you're able to get better. Back is shot, yeah. It is, almost the end of winter here, thankfully. Like, a few more days, what, 3-4 more days, and then winter will be over, so we get into spring season. I haven't had hay fever in a while, it seems like, but that's always the time that hay fever happens for me, so hopefully my eyes don't start playing up and I don't sneeze a whole bunch of times. No one ever likes to be sick. Especially since it puts a halt on other things too. Although I can't really think of being... I don't really remember being sick in a little while. You do the song this past weekend, but you were out. Yeah, I mean, you need to be up to like full 100% to be able to do that correctly. You can't just, you're looking forward to it as well. I mean, a delay is a delay. No one likes to delay things, but at the end of the day, like, you're not going to be able to perform the way that you want to without being 100%, so definitely, like, get up to snuff first before you, continue that, especially if you did try and do that, it could potentially, like, just wreck your vocals. No, especially when you're sick. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. The whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. The elf seems completely fine and strange. Can I investigate the back of the castle? No, I cannot. Okay, I cannot investigate the back of the castle. You did try, but your voice was getting weaker. So yeah, rest your voice. If you're sick, rest your voice, absolutely. You don't want to sound like me when you're singing. Absolutely, rest your voice. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's a definite sign to just give it a break. Thick, sweet scent of delicious whipped cream is in the air. It's like a fairy tale, but in real life. And yet there he was, standing in the middle of it all with that evil look on his face. This whole experience is wasted on the scary old creep. Come now, Eddie, you can't call people names like that. It's rude. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll try to be more careful. It's just... It reminds me of this teacher I once had who was always super angry with me. Stern school teacher, huh? Now that he mentions it, Mr. Von Karma does have that look of one. I shudder to think what it would be like for Miles to study under him. Next day, stuffed nose like nothing you'd ever had. Yeah. And then you gotta keep in mind, like, ears, nose, and throat are connected, so stuffy nose is gonna lead to problems with the throat, and then throat problems is gonna lead to... voice problems is gonna lead to other stuff, so they're all connected. It's like all one system. It's all one system, so once one thing sort of starts having problems, the other things are gonna start being affected. You're over the cold, but your back is just so sore, can't really bend. Yeah. Four adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. So that's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. These must be the various tools Miss Scone used to build a castle. Buckets filled with cream, trolls, and a brush. Is she a patissier or a plasterer? Don't you go making jokes at my expense, you cheeky young devil! I don't just slap stuff on walls like a silly old plasterer. I have to spread the cream out lovely and smooth, then work it out all the rough patches. That's literally exactly what a plasterer does. Yeah, I know that, depending on what, like, I know that sneezing and coughing and stuff can just wreck your, can wreck your chest and back sometimes, because, It's just constant, like, movement, I guess. Like, and coughing just takes it out of you. And the worst part is, like, if it's cold, like winter weather as well, it also ends up, like, stiffening up the joints and stuff as well. It's like, it just plays on stuff. Yeah. What's the matter? Something weird about the ladder? It's not a ladder, Detective. Bad. It's a stepladder. Same difference. Far from it, actually. You'd know if you observed their basic natures more closely. Amazing mystery. I'll have to remember this for future reference. Yeah, this is a running joke in the games as well. Anytime there's a stepladder or a ladder in the... So anytime that there is a ladder, I would say this is a ladder. Anytime that there's a ladder in a game, they always have an argument between, is it a ladder or a stepladder? I've always said it's a ladder. Because I've always thought that ladders were the bigger ones, and then the smaller ones, they consider like a stepladder, because the idea would be like, it's only like a slight height, so you would step up to go onto it, versus a ladder like this, where you have to climb like several tiers. You call it a stepladder? So it is a different world thing then. That's weird. That's so weird. Because I always called it a ladder. Because if you say stepladder, that would imply what's a... If that's a stepladder, then what is a ladder? Or is there no such thing as a ladder? Is it just... Because that's the one thing that I thought that, like, in general, like, the bigger ladders are just ladders, and then the smaller ones are step ladders, because you only have to step up, like, a few steps to get to it, whereas the bigger ladders are just thing, but it's you have a bunch of random names? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, there's our trophy. Got nothing to talk about with here. Yep, a bunch of random... I mean, it could just very well be a world difference thing. Like, another good example is, thongs. If you live in the US, you call them flip-flops. You know, whereas we call them thongs. But a thong for the US is underwear, so we don't call them flip-flops, we call them thongs. But yeah, that's another one where it's just like it depends on where in the world things end up being. As long as as long as you have a ladder in it, it works. Okay, so it's just basically like, just pass me the ladder. Pass me the ladder. You have the huge 30-foot ladder, and we call it big boy ladder. Okay, yeah. So I would call a 40-foot ladder. I would just call that a ladder. But yeah, a 40-foot ladder sounds insane. I would not want to be having to climb a 40-foot ladder. Like, I watch wrestling, and they climb, what, 10, 15-foot ladders? So the fact that that's, like, 4 times the size of one of those, it's like... That is a giant, like, a giant ladder. That is a giant ladder if it's 40 feet. Yeah, extension ladder, that's the thing. Yeah, extension ladder would be the... But they're still ladders the same way, yeah. The proper way to say it would be the extension, yeah. So you've got an extension ladder, a step ladder. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two? At the end of the day, it's all the same thing, right? Just get me the thing that I can... Give me the thing that I can climb and, step up. Get me the climby thing. Oh yes, nothing happened at all. But you just said yes. What the hell of yes, you silly boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again? Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just like, I can't reach this, I need the ladder. Fetch me the ladder. Get me whatever gets me to this height and figure it out, yeah. Basically, yeah. Just as long as they aren't asking for the spotted or striped paint, or the left-handed screwdriver. Storm! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Dual and Switch games, Plat playthroughs, reaction videos, Plat playthroughs. Let me type this in real quick. Make sure it's good. Shout out. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was Elden Ring? Hope you enjoyed it. We are currently investigating a murder that's taking place at a patissier's mansion. We've come across a pirate ship made out of chocolate, complete with barrels and treasure made out of chocolate, and now we've got a magical candy castle made out of whipped cream and candy and all sorts of good stuff. Welcome in, everybody. I hope that you had a good stream. Yeah, so that is what we're currently doing. We're fully voice acted, for all the trophies, halfway through the game, all the additional stuff. Hope everyone's having a good time zone tonight. How's my day been? It's been good. I took a day off yesterday so I could play this for longer, but it's been going well. It's been going well today. I'm really like confectionery, so this case feels like it's just made for me to enjoy. I love me some chocolate, I love me some candy. But today's been a good day today. Why do I keep repeating day and today and yeah, it's been a good day so far. Although it's barely just begun, we're not even halfway through the day yet, so. Eddie Lumpkin? Seems that English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. Not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that now. We should ask her a few questions while we can. I gotta be wary about the ads as well, because they're about to start appearing. Alright, during the contest, could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? For a second I thought you were playing Night Rain, not Elden Ring, but I guess they're all kind of one and the same. Well, not really. One's the DLC, one's the... No, Elden Ring has the main game and it has the DLC. And then Night Rain is its own, like, separate game. I cannot handle Souls games. I've tried a couple. They're not for me. Difficulty is... You'll actually probably play Night Rain later too, yeah. I cannot handle those games. Those are just too difficult for me. I can watch other people play them. I can enjoy them. But I cannot play them myself. Of course, dearie. Let's see. It all started about 10 in the morning. It's when we were set to work. You're addicted. You spent 4 hours trying to beat one boss. You're getting closer and closer to me wearing a clan outfit? Wait, what clan outfit? I never agreed to this. What clown outfit? Where was there a clown outfit? I never mentioned anything about a clown outfit. I remember talking about a clown outfit, but I don't remember I don't remember saying that I don't have anything that can allow people to make me a clown. I feel like if I spent 4 hours on a boss, I'd probably just have rage quit. Granted, I have spent that long on bosses before. I remember playing, what Actually, no, I have definitely spent that long. On stream, I've spent hours on bosses, but they weren't Souls bosses, they were RPGs. RPGs can be just as taxing on the anxiety then. I don't even think I have a full clown outfit, actually. I just mentioned I know I have a wig, but he might have even thrown it out. I don't think I have a full clown outfit. I have a Pikachu onesie. Which, that's a redeemable, that's a redeemable thing. But yeah, 4 hours on a boss, that sounds painful to me. I feel like I'd be rushing to a guide, rushing to, like, what do I have to do immediately to fix this after, like, the first hour or two? It'd be baby rage all over stream. Difficulty is not my forte. It's like what I said to Budafist. Budafist is the high difficulty gamer. He plays everything on the highest difficulty. I am the low easy difficulty gamer. Oh, you were fighting Melania. Oh, right. That fight is. I see people often talking about that fight as one of the hardest fights. What is why you've been pushing yourself in this fight? Yeah. Yeah. Again, I think I wish I had the skill level that a lot of other people did on those games. They're just not my forte. Definitely not my forte. But it's nice that people encourage you to try and push through something. I just don't think I have the patience. I played Wolong Fallen Dynasty on stream, and I spent one stream on a boss, and I just could not. You're doing Melania fight because you kept dying to the fire giant. Been 3 weeks now, running out of. Oh, yeah. It was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so from around 1, I think. Afternoon tea. It's an English tradition. Chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. So, kind of like recess. Suppose you could say that. You really know your onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy. Yeah, I apologize. I'll wait for the ads to finish. You didn't get a chance to pause them because I was so distracted with chatting, because that's what I always do. When did I become Greggy? Yeah. Who was this afternoon tea served? In the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. Alright, you're back from the ads. Yeah, eventually you're gonna run out of side quests, yeah. That's the one part as well, is like, you can grind, but then even certain fights just... It's very, very skill-based. I can't recommend those games, but I know a lot of people would, just because it's a... Typically, it's one of those, if you like one, you're probably gonna like the majority of the rest of them, so... Even though I can't recommend them, a lot of people will say if you like Elden Ring, you'll like Dark Souls, or you might like Bloodborne, or you might like Lies of P, or you like this game, or that game. Like, if you like one of them, you're probably gonna like the rest. That's... The story's worth the learning curve. Yeah, that's one other thing that you can also consider, like... If you like story-based games, there's a lot of, Story-based games, there's a lot of, there's more incentive to keep you going, I guess. There's a lot of lore that exists in, Elden Ring and Bloodborne and stuff like that. Yeah, I think everyone that I've spoken to that's played Bloodborne would say it's probably one of their favorites, if not one of their their favorite Souls game. Which again, I don't know why they have not made a Bloodborne 2. Fans have been clamoring for that for years. You would think that you would want to make a sequel to it, and you like that there's consequences to your choices. Yeah, that's always what, that's always been a problem with some things, like illusion of choice, where you just make a choice and it just leads to the same thing, just a different dialogue option. So at least with these Souls games, there's actual decision making that matters. Do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. Lay on a nice little spread, you know. Today only me, Samson, Silly Pants, and Moody Judy were there for it. Yeah, it gives you choice. That's what a game should be. Illusion of choice is a good thing. Sorry, illusion of choice is a bad thing. Having actual choices makes sense. Like, what did I say? Illusion of choice. Illusion of choice is not a good thing. And I love me some story-based choice games, like the Telltale games, you know, Until Dawn, Detroit Become Human, but like some of those games can suffer from you get the same result but just want a different dialogue option, which I feel like Souls games don't give you that. They actually give you a meaningful choice and decision. And some things might make a fight easier, but then it might make a later fight harder, or it might make you know, or vice versa. Hydrate, I will get you the hydrate right now. I'm back with my water. I need to remember to... I keep forgetting to grab a... I don't have a bottle. I should grab a bottle so I don't have to keep going back and forth all the time. And I can just keep it with me, but then I... Hydrating is what you've been doing all week. Yeah, I hope that you get better though. It's too cold for me to keep drinking water, and I love drinking water, to be honest, so... But I need to do it because these games will drain my voice very, very quickly. And very, very fast, because I am not a voice actor, I'm not a professional voice actor, I am simply a man with a webcam and a microphone and a game to play. So that is me. I've played several Souls-like games. I've played, if you want to count, like, Wo Long is a Souls-like, Kenna Bridge of Spirits is kind of a Souls-like. It's basically like, I would consider it like a Disney version of a Souls game. The Star Wars Jedi games are kind of like that, but, anything with difficulty options I've played. Stranger of Paradise is kind of, sorta, not really one. It can be, though, I guess. Yeah. I do like drinking water over, like, a lot of other things. Like, I'll drink juice every now and then. I'll drink iced coffee. Maybe at a party I'll drink, like, soft drink or something, but I don't drink alcohol, so... Orange juice is your favorite? That is also my favorite. Orange juice is my favorite juice flavor of choice. Sammy Poople had already finished his big creations. He was there the whole time. Poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet. Bless them. Saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto was present. That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. I wasn't able to miss out on tea and cake served by our two TV superstars. Your favorite pop is Orange Crush. That is a Canadian brand, right? I remember someone from Canada drinking Orange Crush. We probably don't call it Orange Crush here. Fanta is my favorite. What is my favorite? Hang on, what is my favorite? What is my favorite soft drink? If I had to pick favorite soft drinks, Mountain Dew, and I was drinking Mountain Dew as a kid, so I'm talking about Mountain Dew before it was popular. Vanilla Coke, creaming soda, the brown one. Fanta, I've always liked, and Sunkist, but there was a limited edition version of Fanta that they released ages ago, that was spider flavored. So it was orange Fanta, but it had a taste of a chocolate spider. So you got, when you drank it, you got the taste of the orange, but then when you swallowed, it had the aftertaste of chocolate, of like chocolate like topping, kind of like a spider. It was amazing, but it was limited edition. This was back in the days before Fanta had a whole bunch of flavors here, so Fanta was always just Fanta, and then they released new flavors, and then that's when they got the more fruity ones. But yeah, Mountain Dew, Vanilla Coke. There's been a few other variations of Coke that I've liked. There was a coffee one that I liked, the Coke coffee one. And creaming soda. Both versions of creaming soda are nice, but I like the brown one over the pink one. Oh, the watermelon Fanta? Yeah. If I had to pick, like, any of those, it'd be those three. Or those four. Went back to work when I finished, though. Turned off while the others were still nattering away. At any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms? No, dear, don't be silly. You don't know if you've really seen them here at all? So... I think it's because there's just so much of the market, you know? Like, for a little while there was a competition between Coke and Pepsi, like, I'm talking about, like, a few years ago, where it seemed like every time, they were always constantly, like, releasing a new flavor of Coke. Like, Coke Orange, Pepsi Vanilla, you know, the Coffee Coke, the there was several ones that they tried, it was like they just kept making new flavors. Coke and Pepsi will last, yeah, of course they will. Like, my favorite's Vanilla Coke, but I think normal Pepsi is better than normal Coke. So I like Pepsi more than Coke, but I think Coke has a better flavor. Has a better, like, side flavor to it with vanilla. Coke Vanilla. Dr. Pepper? I've never had Dr. Pepper. I just know that it's, like, more concentrated. I think when I was a kid, I remember we would go to the shops and we would never be allowed to drink Dr. Pepper because that was, like, it was, like, even worse than it was, like, concentrated like Coca-Cola, I guess. But I've never drunk a Dr. Pepper before. Oh, red-handed! So good on a hot day. So you admit you were there. Well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? I didn't kill anybody, I swear. So good on hot days, yeah. Yeah. But no, I think we might have Orange Crush. Actually, you know what? I'm going to check something real quick. I'm going to check to see if we have Orange Crush. It might be called something different here, actually. Let's have a look and see if I've actually got... Does Orange Crush exist here? Because I think there was a bottle called Orange Crush here, but it wasn't the Orange Crush that you would know. Because if it's a Canadian thing... I'm pretty certain, like, I drank something called Orange Crush, but it wasn't the Orange Crush that you would know of. Let's see. I like when I type in Orange Crush, it brings up, like, damn, guitar stuff and music stuff, because of the... Yeah, we haven't had that. No, I just looked it up now. Hang on 1 second. Oh. Did we have this? I think we did. We might have had this? It's from the same company that did... It's from the same company that did Dr. Pepper. I think I may have had Orange Crush, but not... It actually came out 30 years before Coke made Fanta, so that's actually an interesting... that's an interesting little thing there. So, it existed 30 years beforehand. I've drank Fanta, I've drank Sunkist. I may have drank Orange Crush. Because Dr. Pepper existed here. Although it's not even saying that it was sold here, so it's weird. But it wouldn't be my favorite orange drink anyway, because Fanta was my favorite. That was just the way things were. Fanta was my favorite of those. Absolutely. Maybe that's blasphemy, I don't know if that's blasphemy. Should I cover up now? Should I cover up now? Legendary drinks, yeah. Suppose I better tell them what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dear? Yeah, what really happened? What exactly are you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? But yeah, I think in general, like, I said Mountain Dew because that was something that I drank as a kid that I remember we would have. And I've always liked that. I've always liked Mountain Dew. Is it my favorite? I don't think so, but, like, if there's an option for me to get Mountain Dew anywhere, I usually always get it. It's just... I think it's just because it reminds me of childhood, I guess. Yeah, see, I drank Mountain Dew when I was a kid, so it was before, like... It was before it became the Doritos and Xbox, it was before all of that crap. Like, I think it's probably not the same now, it was... Nowadays it's a meme, that Mountain Dew is a meme. Oh, Grape Pop? Yeah, that was... Ribena was popular here for a good point in time. I don't know if you've heard of Ribena, but that was a grape drink. I've never liked grape. I like eating grapes, but I don't like grape-flavored... I don't like grape-flavored things. I like eating grapes, because they're fresh, but I don't like eating... I don't like drinking grape juice-flavored stuff. I don't like grape-based produce, but I like grapes themselves. And of course I don't drink wine, so that's also... Like acid, the grape taste, yeah. And sometimes some lemon things were a little bit bad, like... Sometimes you would get a bad batch of, like, lemon, flavored, like, lemon squash, and it would be super acidic, and it wouldn't taste nice. I was supposed to call it research. Research. Semi-poop is a dab hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. I think it's like certain things from my childhood are just giving me like these bad impressions of things like, It's the same reason why I don't like pineapple on pizza. I know a lot of people like pineapple on pizza. The reason I don't like pineapple on pizza is because at school, that was always the thing that they would make you that was always the thing that they would order, is pineapple pizza. And it's like, once it's on the pizza, you can't take it off of the pizza, because even if you take the pineapple off the pizza, the juices have soaked into the pizza and it doesn't taste nice to me anymore. And so, I just don't like pineapple on pizza. I get why people say it's good, I get why people say that it's thing, but for me, it's like, I have this attachment of, it's just not nice. It's just not nice to me. I like pineapple, and I like pineapple flavored things, like, you know, I like pineapple flavored stuff, but not on savory foods. So I noticed there was no one in there. I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say. What kind of research leaves fingerprints? Yes, well, that stands to reason I'd leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, is it? Great little pieces of them. So the trace of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you. I'm trying to think what other juices there are, like, great. Apple juice can sometimes be either not sweet enough, or it's got that weird, like, apple skin taste to it, where it's like too... Pineapple juice is okay. I like mango, but that's not really a juice. And then there was, like, the local stuff as well. Like, there's stuff that existed here that probably didn't exist elsewhere. Like, Pasito, which was, like, there was passion fruit flavored soda. And then you had, like, your normal, like, lemon squash, your creaming soda, your, you know, like, more locally produced stuff. So I don't know if you've ever had passion fruit soda before. I'm so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I just had to take a little bit here and there, didn't I? My poor semi-poople getting upset, so it was just the teensiest bits and pieces. And Stan holding up the chip, you took a bite out of that too, I suppose. Yes, dear, of course I did. It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down. I'm sorry, my lovely, truly am. Why would you take a bite from the stand? Of all places. Why would you take a bite from the stand? Hold on, is that why you left the afternoon tea early? We're heading off for a second, helping of sweets. Because I think now they sell a lot of variations. Like a lot of soda, a lot of pop variations. I say soft drink. We call it soft drink here. I know that the US call it soda or pop. I can't get used to calling it pop. So I've always called it soft drink. It's always been soft drink to me. Because like even back when I was a kid, there was not that like when I'm talking like primary school level, like there was no variations. Like you had your lemon, you had your cola, you had your orange, you had your you had all of those, but nowadays it's like, oh, you have cola, but then cola has this many flavors on top of it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like action figures, you know? You can sell action figures for the anime much easier because it's like, hey, here's Goku with all the different colored hairstyles. Yeah, I'm not mad either. Sometimes every now and then you'll get like a new, it's like donuts. It's like confectionery. It's like, oh, a collaboration with something that I like. Oh, I'm not going to complain. Oh, just please believe me. I never killed anybody, I promise. Your actions were certainly suspicious, but that's about all we can say for now. like, a lot of the stuff we weren't able to get. We were able, when I was a kid. I remember going to the cinemas. The only time we would get variations of M&Ms were if there was a collaboration with a movie. So I remember the Hulk movie came out, and there was like green, choc mint M&Ms. I think they did strawberry M&Ms. A lot of that stuff I would have to get elsewhere though. Just a lot of different things. So like now we have American confectionery companies, like there's actual stores that we can go to in our shopping malls and stuff that have you know what your favorite candy is? Something called Hot Rods. Let me see what those are. I'm curious now. I don't know if I know what those are. If someone asks me what my favorite confectionery is, that's hard. Recently, my favorite is peanut butter M&Ms. I love me some peanut butter M&Ms. Hot Rods, for sale in Australia. Let's see what these are. Oh, no, not the food. Hot Rods. What is this? So what are Hot Rods exactly? Let me see if I can find them. I'm trying to find it. Let me see if I can find something. What are Hot Rods? Because when I look up Hot Rods, it gives me, like, stuff that's, like, from other places. And I'm trying to find them. So, what? They're, like, little hard candies that look like pills. Cinnamon mixed with spice? Oh, that sounds... I'm trying to think, like, would that have happened? Would that have existed? When I thought of Hot Rods, I thought for a second it was like, a Slim Jim. That's what I was thinking that it was. I was thinking it was like a Slim Jim. But you said it was candy, so... But I think I know... Oh, wait a second. You don't mean Tic Tacs, do you? Because Tic Tacs are kind of like that. Tic Tacs were kind of like little mini pills that people would use. Because I don't think I've ever... The package looked like a red flame, the box is all red. Yeah, I don't think we had anything like those. Because when I heard you say Hot Rods, I was thinking, is that some sort of, like, version of Slim Jims? Because I know what those are. That's, like, jerky, but then you said cinnamon and stuff, so that was making me think it's a sweet rather than a savory. Because Slim Jims, I believe, are jerky. Like, I think we've done everything that we need to investigate here now. I'm trying to think what my favorite confectionery as a kid is, like... I can't think of any. There's too many things to choose from. I just... recently, like... You know, peanut butter M&Ms are, like, my... Peanut butter M&Ms are my... are something that I really, really like. I think now we just do the logic, right? Hot tamales. I mean, I'm looking up all this stuff just to see what comes up. So I like the idea of, like... I just haven't, like... I have not, Oh, okay. So these are this. I just looked it up now. I see what you mean. Okay. Oh yeah. So they're like that's okay. So that's what they are. They're basically. Those are basically Tic Tacs, which are, yeah. I know. I've seen these before, but they weren't called these. They don't exist in the same way that But yeah, I do like me some cinnamon flavor. Cinnamon is a nice flavor if it's not too overly powerful. Yeah, we don't have those here, but we have Tic Tacs, which are similar, kind of. They're not really the same, but... connect the hexagonal block. Yeah, that's why I said, like, a lot of stuff that, when I was a kid, that everyone else would have had as a kid, like, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, for example. I think, you know, those weren't around when I was a kid. So, you know, because back in those days, we didn't have American confectionery stuff. Like now, we can go to shopping malls and there's an actual American confectionery company that you can get different flavors of M&Ms, Kool-Aid, Twinkies, peanut butter cups. Like you can get there's an American confectioner that is in one of the malls that's nearby. But you know, when I was a kid, none of that existed. Like Subway came here in like 2004, and it's been around since the 70s in the US. So, what about live wires? Live wires? Let's have a look and see. Let's see, live wires. Food. Live wires, food, candy. Let's see what this comes up with. Because there's a chance that they might exist, but... Radical live wires? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so those are basically like... What do I call them? Okay, so we didn't have anything exactly like those. We didn't have anything exactly like those, but they are... I don't think we had anything like those. Oh no, we did. Okay, so they're basically like a candy, and then inside them is the fizz, right? Yeah. We had stuff like this, but they weren't called live wires. They were called, I think they were just called fizzy sticks. Yeah, I think I've seen those before. I've eaten those. It's like sherbet inside the long tube, like a long stringy tube that has sherbet inside or whiz fizz. And, yeah. Unforced trauma and, what was it? Hexagonal... Yeah, we didn't have them, they weren't called live wires, they might have just been called fizz sticks, or something like that. But certain things just didn't exist for us. Or they did, but they were different. Different kind of, just different names, different packaging, different, all sorts of stuff. Where crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. So the hexagon makes perfect sense. If that's the case, then why are they being hidden inside the castle? I'm trying to think what other confectionaries exist that I know of. So a lot of times it just ends up being stuff that we either just didn't have, or stuff that we had, but it was just called a different name. Like, I remember it was probably 20 years ago, they started releasing the Willy Wonka chocolate products and stuff, because I think they were doing a competition where you could actually win a golden ticket, and I remember that stuff was super popular back then. Because they had an entire website dedicated to it with like a bunch of mini games. They had a bunch of stuff to do with, yeah. I remember that happening. That was at least when I was at school. You could win they actually brought out Wonka bars, like the rectangular Wonka bars, and yeah, you had a chance to get an actual golden ticket and go to I think it was a chocolate factory in the US, I think. I can't remember exactly. But I remember the Wonka bars were nice. It was basically a rectangular bar. Around the edge of the bar would be caramel, and the middle of the bar was basically like nougat, and it was covered in milk chocolate, and it was a fairly decent size as well. They brought out these things called nerds that were like fizzy and like crunch. It was like eating. It'd be like if popping candy. It'd be like popping candy, kind of, but it would be sour with like a bit of a crunch. Because I remember popping candy was like a, you know, if you got popping candy, it was like, oh, it was like this amazing thing, like sherbet and stuff as well. Imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. What are you using the items inside the castle for? A lot of you know, fun like little discovery things that. So a lot of the stuff I didn't discover until after I'd already gotten older, and also, like, when stuff started, like Pop-Tarts. A few years ago I had Pop-Tarts for the first time. Pop-Tarts did not exist in... Pop-Tarts just... You could not get Pop-Tarts for the longest time in this country, and I remember eating Pop-Tarts, and they were actually quite nice. And it's like, this is what people used to eat for breakfast and stuff in the morning, Pop-Tarts, and it's like, I never had one until a few years ago. And they were quite nice. So I feel like I missed out on a lot.
Who's that Pokemon?
Sorry, Lemke, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess. One Karma. So I guess I missed out on a lot. How did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. I left my guts for garters. Since the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Thought we wanted something with those giant rock crystals, but a lot of like fond memories of just. Like, I remember how cheap stuff used to be as well. Chip flavors, but that's the other thing. So chip flavors would be every now and then you'd get a new chip flavor that would get announced, and it was like this mind-blowing discovery. And then you go and look it up ages away, and it's like this was like a standard flavor. This was like a standard flavor everywhere else, and so it's like mind-blowing that we just. All those Pringles flavors, all those things, and it's like, wait, they have dessert Pringles now? And then it's like, yeah, they've had those for so long. It's like, they never existed. They never existed for me. It was always the basic, original barbecue, chicken, salt and vinegar, and a few other flavors, and that was about it. And then you look up the actual history of all these chip flavors, and it's like, wait, they had all these flavors that existed ages before? Is that Terry? You're interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed. You use rock crystals and cloths to do that? I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. They're not just any old rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with light inside them. Those things are lamps. Too many flavors. Even like chocolate bars as well. We would still get the basic chocolate bars, but then there'd be like alternative variations of those as well, which we would only get either nether or we would get them. And I guess the other problem is like some things just would have gotten, you know, they were banning things as well. Like when I was a kid, they were starting to crack down on certain things. It's not even the half of it. Let's hold an even more exciting secret. She's really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic? Oh, Batty Bumpkin! Can you get it all out and set it up for me? The name is bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Batty Bumpkin? So yeah, it might be hard to believe, but some confectionery and some foods were actually getting banned here. Because it was like, oh, please think of the children. Please think of the children, and please think of their health and safety. Which I guess I get, but at the same time, I also don't really... Even now, stuff's still getting banned. Like, Prime Energy Drink has, like, absurd amounts of sugar. And it's banned here because it's targeted towards children, and the sugar content is higher than like most soft drinks, most juices, most everything. It's really, really bad. And it's an energy drink as well, so it's gonna be like if people thought kids would get hyperactive on cordial and soft drink and too much candy, I think one Prime Energy drink would probably keep them up all night. Finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have, sir. Then help Miss Scone here with something, will you? Yes, sir, right away, sir. Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Batty Bee? It's amazing, Miss Scone. You got in to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. You ever so much, Battykins, and you, Officer Lovely. I think that's just one thing for me, is like, since streaming and coming across so many people from different countries and in general sense, like, I feel like I like in learning about like what other people, I like learning about other countries and what other people have had, because it's not always being different is being different is like the better way to go, I guess. Like I would rather have variety than just everyone be the same. So it's like something as simple as just like childhood treats and childhood like foods and how much variety, things changed, and it's just one of those things that I just, I feel like stuff that I had discovered was like had come around years before, and it's like I'm the slow one. I'm the one that took too long to understand that these things existed. So it's nice to find different comparisons, and I'm sure there's stuff that's here that people have never heard of before, or eaten. Like the biggest one's always Vegemite. If people have eaten Vegemite or not. It's not for everybody, but it also is something that is nice if you know what to, how to use it correctly. That's the one other thing, is like you have to know how to use Vegemite correctly. You can't just, it's not chocolate spread where you can just grab a spoon and just eat it with the spoon. you've got to know how to use it correctly. Very little of it, and with butter on like a piece of on like a hot piece of toast. Like that is the easiest possible way to use it. Hot piece of toast, butter, and a small amount of Vegemite, and it just works because it mixes with the butter, and it also like takes away a little bit of the super saltiness. You've been given nicknames to the forensic guys now. Guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So what about this is supposed to be relaxing? Exactly. Don't be a big sourpuss, baddie bee. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now. Yes, ma'am. Something going on today? It's weird. Wait, you're back now? There shouldn't have been any ads. That's weird. I was just saying, like, since streaming, how do I put it this way? I've always, when I went to school, I was always a part of, like, multicultural schools, but I never went to school with anyone from the UK. I never went to school with anyone from the US or Canada. And so, by streaming, I feel like I've gained more people that I know from the US, UK, and Canada than I have in the past. And so, it's always nice to learn about, like, what other people had grown up with, and what, how different things can be. And I get that through streaming. And like how some things can be the same, but just two completely different names, and yeah. It is. I wish my son were here to see it. Wait, what is this? Thank you for the luck, Dr. Blacko. Just let We've just been talking about confectionery and soft drinks and childhood stuff and what people, yeah, all that good stuff. And just how things are different and how things can sometimes be the same. 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme, you see. I thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? Just whatever? Basically. Basically, yeah. I mean, I find it very hard to entertain people in terms of, like, discussion. I'm not very good with conversations, usually. So usually when I get one conversation starting going, I kind of just ramble on over and over again, even if the conversation was over, like, 10-15 minutes ago, for example. And so, and this game's hard to do that on because I have to read, but one of the elves was just feeling a little left out. I have to read this, read everything here. Thank you, Kat, for the follow. Hope you're doing... Welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope the time zone is treating you nicely. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you lovely boys got to see it at least. Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too? You thought you were following me already? It could have been Twitch. It could have been Twitch. There's points in time where people just follow and then all of a sudden... they can just unfollow. It doesn't make any sense. It makes 0 sense. What's happened there, I wonder? I think we'd better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. Sure. We were just discussing sweets, and confectionery and how different it is compared to thing, or sometimes still being the same. That's pretty much what we've been talking about. Trying to help Rinsler get over the sickness of being sick. Sickness. What am I talking about? We're trying to help Rinsler get over the sickness, I guess. Get over being sick. Self doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Mr. Scone. I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing. Talking sweets because you can't have any at the moment, but a man can drink. You can have sweets. There's always time for sweets. But maybe some sweets would help you get over being sick. I don't know. A sweet's good for when you're sick. I mean, they at least make you feel better, maybe. But there's always time for sweets. Cloth and what sort of machine exactly? You'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little thingamajigs called full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth grow. You definitely don't have any chocolate wrappers besides me right now. Oh, I'm sure. So you have been eating sweets, there you go. You have been eating sweets, and you haven't been sharing with the class. Don't you know what happens? Like, you know, if you get caught eating during the class, you have to share it with everyone. That was what they used to tell us at school. People would get caught eating, and they would say, oh, you have to share it with the class now. I'm not even kidding you. One time, someone was caught eating chips, I think it was. And the teacher actually confiscated the pack of chips and actually just started eating them themselves. I'm not even kidding you. That actually happened in a classroom. Yeah. A little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red like ferocious fiery flames. Yeah, we were talking about sweets, and it's wild, some of these things that happen in schools. Or at least that used to happen in schools. Like, it wouldn't happen now, I don't think. Now they just tell everybody, you're not eating healthy enough, and you need to be more responsible with your eating, and you need to... You've been in this bed for 3 days, so you think it's time to take control over your body and just suck it up. Bedridden for 3 days is crazy. But we hope that you get better, because nobody wants to be sick. You're just coming through to support, have a great rest of your stream. No problem, Kat. Thank you for the stopping by and the follow and the chats. Have a good rest of your time zone. You have these special batteries that last for donkey's years. I don't mind the cold at all. Catch that Pokemon, damn it. Forgive me. So these machines, they're what make the special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, Mr. Ree. I see. So much new technology I can barely keep up. So these light emitting devices, you lost one of them in a piece of luminous cloth. That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have got to. Yeah, it was great chatting. It always is. This cloth could have something to do with the case. Gotta get you back into singing shape, Rinsler. Like, 3 days of bedridden, you're gonna have to, like, you're gonna have to get that voice back. Gotta get that, gotta get back into shape, back into preparation for the future, you know? The new seasons are coming. 3 more days and then the new season starts. Like, we have to, you know... Nice catch as well. Gotta get you back into the get you back into the swing of things. Yeah, you need your optimal voice for the track, absolutely. Luminous cloth. Special color changing cloth belonging to Scone. She has lost a roll of it along with the device that powers it. Yeah, you need to be in optimal, pristine shape for the... Well, as your vocals need to be anyway. I don't care if you have to perform the song in bed, like, you're going to get back into that... You're going to get back into shape. You're going to perform that song, and you're going to do it at 110%. Even if it kills you. Well, I don't want it to kill you, but that would be... a thing. Alright, have I done everything here? I think so. Oh, I can investigate more stuff. Come on. That's the spirit. You've got to say that to yourself. You've got to say that to yourself. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. The fabric above it and the other decorations around it really add to the dreamlike atmosphere. Stare at it for too long and we might get swept up in the fantasy ourselves. Here below, the job is to stay right here in reality and get to the bottom of all this. Nobody's getting swept up in any flights of fantasy on my watch. All you're saying to yourself is, when are you gonna get better, buddy? I mean... 3 days? 3 days is a long time to be sick, but... if you're starting to already be better off with the symptoms, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, I think. Like, you'll absolutely be fine. You just need to take the time and just, heal. And then that way you can sing to the stars. And get that vocal... You never get sick, so you're not used to it. I mean, I can't remember the last time I was sick. Most times if I get sick or I have symptoms of being sick, it usually just goes away. After so long. I'm surprised I haven't got sick all this winter. It's been 3 months and no sickness, so I'm maybe thinking that it could have to do with the COVID injections. I have no idea. Because the last time I got majorly sick was like 3 years ago, so... With COVID, and of all people, the person who doesn't do too much outside is the one who gets the most sick. So I got 3, I think I got 3 COVID jabs, and I haven't got any more of them, but I haven't been majorly sick since, so, and I also got that because of, you know, other things as well, but I can't recall being sick in the last 3 years, and if I was, it was so minor that it was like a day, if that, and it was only minor symptoms, and they went away almost immediately. Just the winter has been... The winters, for some reason, are getting colder here, and the summers aren't as warm. I don't know if it's because I'm getting used to it, but the winters are definitely colder than they have been in the past. She's already covered in cream. Wouldn't go any closer, unless you want the same thing to happen to you. Seeing what's behind those doors, there's really no need to look again. So I don't know if it's just some immunity, or if it's just, getting used to stuff, but... it's just not... Like, the only problems that I'll ever take something for is if I get sore ears, because I had an ear infection when I was a kid, so anytime that I get sore ears, I need to immediately take something, because if it flares up further to a point where I don't do anything about it, I don't want to burst eardrum again. Because I still remember what that felt like when I was a kid to have a burst eardrum. Shivering cold while also feeling really warm. Every time he would swallow, my ears would feel like they were, super sore, and I didn't tell anybody that I had it. So, a burst eardrum is just not. It's not fun at all. Not fun at all, and I learnt my lesson. So instead of me not doing anything about it, I just any sign of an ear ache. When I swallow, I immediately take something to get rid of it, because I'm not letting that flare up any further. The only other time I'll take something for that is if I have gland issues. Also nicely decorated now thanks to the beautiful cloth around it. Cloth which we found inside the castle. Welcoming doorway makes a welcoming home. That's just common sense for us detectives. Since the men just trampled all over the castle's entranceway, I'll hold my tongue for now. Yeah, it's bad, but at the same time, I just realized this has blood on it. There's blood on the, this candy. This is also here. But, yeah, I learned my lesson, so that's at least the good thing that came from it. Yes, it was painful for the several days that it was like that, but what can you do, right? Lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed. Both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. Look, there's a red stain on the one on the left. That's not just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blood, alright. You can smell it. Because I've avoided a lot of other stuff. I've never broken any bones. I don't think I've ever been hospitalized for anything. Like, I don't remember being in the hospital for anything at all. I don't think I remember being in the hospital. Like, I've been to the doctors, but not to, and I've been to visit people in the hospital. I don't recall ever being hospitalized for anything, and I don't think I've not broken any bones. I've not done anything like that. So I guess I just get being sick, but I'm not trying to say that I'm immune or anything, but still, it's like I've managed to avoid a lot of things that a lot of other people probably would have had things with. So I don't know how I would do in a hospital. Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? Better take a closer look at the other one too. Because I don't necessarily like hospitals, but I think it's just because usually when you go there, it's not usually for a good reason. I'm trying to think of like what the worst injury that I've done to myself is. I really don't know. Like I've not broken anything. I've not. Like it would be just like scrapes and bruises, I guess. Like I think the biggest like injury that I remember having was I was at a school like sports carnival, and I remember getting pushed down a hill, a gravel hill, and I tried to catch myself, and I scraped my knee all the way down the hill, and so it was just bleeding a lot, but it didn't break, it didn't do anything like that. It was just, that's the worst thing I can think of. Oh, is this going to be another story? It's Rinsler story time. I liked the first one, even though it ended badly, but still. So Mrs. Skonak is actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken. Except, there's plenty of other places she could have put. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in a final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction. Okay, so we need to come back to this at some point. Actually, we can do that right now. I just like how Netflix raised the Australian price, and then people are already like, oh, I've been with the service for 10 years, now it's time to be a pirate, and it's like, this is the problem, like... When you were 5, you climbed out... Wait. When you were 5, you climbed out a 3.5-foot counter to grab bowls for breakfast because I want to be a good boy and get everything ready for your parents on the weekend. I have a similar story to this, but I didn't get injured. That's the... I didn't get injured, but I have a story that I can follow that up with once you're done. But it's not going to be like a super long or interesting one. Okay, so bloody lamp, blood force trauma. Yeah, the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. He found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside it. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? You set up on the counter, opened the cabinet, and reached for the bowls, and once I pulled them out, I fell straight back onto hardwood floor, and the bowl smashed and shot right into your left palm. Oh, that is not good. You wanted to... 20 stitches in your left palm. Ouch. And there's a whole... The thing is that there's a whole lot of nerve endings in the foot and in the hand, so that is going to be super painful. That's going to be super painful to have to deal with that. Yeah. Mine is not nearly like that at all, but... yeah, straight glass. Yeah, that's not fun at all. Mine was in my room. I really wanted to read a book. I really wanted to read a book. And I couldn't reach it on my bookshelf. So I had the clever idea of... I'm gonna open all of the drawers, and then I'm going to climb those said drawers to grab my book, and the drawers obviously, when someone steps on them, is gonna move, and so I thought of the bright... I think I tried to catch myself, and I caught myself by holding onto the bookshelf, because I thought, okay, well, the bookshelf is going to, you know, be sturdy, right? And it's going to not... No. The bookshelf was not sturdy. The bookshelf was loose, because it was like a partial part of it. So I grabbed onto that, and of course, the weight of me grabbing onto the bookshelf caused the bookshelf to then come tumbling down. I wasn't hurt or anything on it. My parents rushed in, saw the bookcase on top of me, and asked me what happened, and I just smiled at them, and I said that I wanted to go and get a book. So I didn't get hurt, but it was just like... It could have been worse. it could have been worse for me if I, you know, if it landed in a certain way, but it was just like, that was how I learned not to that was how I learned to ask for a book, instead of me climbing on my drawers. And yeah, You science guy, did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? So I cannot recall, I cannot recall anything. I've had bad cuts, I've had some things like that. You know, I've accidentally touched the stove. You know, I've accidentally touched, like, the frying pan. I've accidentally touched the oven by mistake. You know, stuff like that that's happened. The worst possible one was probably, actually, yeah, well, I didn't get injured, but the worst possible one was actually, I was wearing a cardigan, and, yeah, I was wearing a cardigan, and there was a hot cup of coffee. There was a hot cup of coffee that was, that my dad was drinking nearby. I think somebody bumped into it by mistake, and that cup of hot coffee poured onto my cardigan. I didn't feel anything, I didn't get burned, but I could feel the warmth of the cardigan on my back, and the cardigan probably saved me from getting serious burns. Because I remember being rushed into the shower, and having the cold water pour on me, whilst I had the cardigan and the other stuff that was thing. And it's like, so that cardigan probably saved me from serious burns. And it was just an accident. It was just an accident that happened. You know, like, thankfully I had the cardigan on that actually caught all the hot liquid and probably absorbed a good chunk of it, but I could feel it warm. I could feel it was warm, but it was not scalding or hot. Luckily nothing happened from that. Script done a minute ago, sir. Blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. Salt lamp, found in Scone's room, stained with the victim's blood. So nothing major, like, again, nothing major that I can think of. Nothing major in terms of, like, injuries, but just a few near, avoidances, I guess you would say is the best way to put it. A few near avoidances and a few, Same thing with my sister as well, like, outside of, breaking her collarbone, because someone, she was sitting on top of the slide, and she didn't want to go down, and so a kid decided to throw her off to the side, and she broke her collarbone there. And then she got, a bad burn on her arm from oil, I think, but then that ended up being, like, it wasn't, like, a major, like, it's not like she's suffering from major burns at that point, but I think most of the stuff is just, like, I feel like I was more of a safe kid. That was probably why, like, I didn't climb on the monkey bars, I wasn't one that would climb a lot of the stuff. I didn't really like, I think the reason I didn't like climbing and things like this was because I didn't want to get stuck. I always had a fear of, like, getting stuck, I guess, in some places, so I never wanted to get stuck in a place. A utility knife going right into your thumb. No stitches needed, but it's all happened because you were cutting drywall and your knife was going through a small guide. Oh, yeah. Nearly passed out, oh, because of the, yeah. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. Beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Yeah, a lot of not near misses, but near, like, happenings, I guess. You won't forget it, yeah. I mean, you gotta be super careful with knives, because obviously, like, a small prick here and there might be thing, but, like, you can easily, like, lose a finger or lose part of a finger just by a small slip. So that's that done. Blunt force trauma, contest rules. I might take a break, actually. Just to get up, and I think it's been nearly 3 hours. You didn't put as much pressure on when you went over your thumb, yeah. I'll take a quick break. I should have probably done that during the break, but it's not like you're gonna miss out on anything anyway. Be back in a minute or two. Just give me some... Alright, we're back. I think. Maybe. Or are we? Alright, let me just make sure everything's working again, because... I grabbed some crackers because I was a bit peckish, so. Let me just make sure I gotta remember where we were up to outside of the stabbing our thumbs and burning ourselves and falling down, bringing down bookcases on ourselves, and yeah, all that fun stuff that happened to us. But hey, at least we... Wait, what? Why did I just randomly get a... Oh my god. Just random, stupid messages from people on Discord again. Oh, it's been a while. How's your day been? It's like... Someone did told me that in like 2 days. We learned from it? Yeah, some of us learned it the hard way, that's the thing. Let's just not, you know, let's not tell someone that that their ears are sore. You know, let's just ignore the fact that our ears are sore. It'll probably go away, right? Well, I was wrong. It did not go away. In fact, it stayed. This needs to go here. Because even my parents told me that as well. They said when I was a kid that I would never tell them that something was wrong. And apparently the reason that they even found out that I was like that in the first place was because I kept playing with my ear. Like, I think I kept playing with my ear, and that was when they started, like, noticing the problem. But I don't know why I wouldn't have told it to someone. One confectionery items went up used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloths would both have been against the rules. Gone. Use decorations that weren't made from confectionery. Maybe as kids we just think we know better. Is that what it is? We just think that we know better, like we're invincible, right? Nothing can possibly go wrong when you're a kid. Or like, my favorite one is like, that people said was, yeah, I can't wait to grow up. I can't wait to grow up. That was always one that people used to always say, oh, I can't wait to grow up. And they weren't allowed to do something. And it's like, I can't wait to grow up, and then you realize, oh, there's responsibility now. There's other factors. And then it's like you grow up, and then it's like, I want to be a kid again. It's always the opposite. It's always the opposite. Like, oh, I can't wait to grow up. Then when you grow up, it's like, I want to be a kid again. Is that why they were stashed away inside the castle? We need to dig a little further into this with Miss Scrap before we can say for sure. I think there's still things I haven't investigated yet. Yeah, it definitely is. What do you got the most Plat for, right? I do. Oh, you said to your dad you want to work like him, and he said, no, you do not. So, yeah. My dad was a publisher at a... He worked the press room in the making of the newspapers, but he also did a lot of other stuff as well, like cutting down trees as well. Like, I was never like... I think when I wanted to be a kid... Sorry. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a policeman. And as time got on, I realized that to be a policeman, you need to do a lot of physical things. I like the idea of solving cases and stuff, but it's just like, I wouldn't be able to pass the physical stuff, and also I don't think I'd be able to pass the psychological stuff. And I don't think I have the courage and bravery that those people do. Like, I'm not courageous or brave, I don't think, to do that. I have a rational thinking mind, but I just don't think I'd be very good with the physical stuff, and also just like, I think it's because I was really fascinated with, like, crime-solving shows and stuff like that, but it's like, that also isn't realistic either. But I guess it's also a good thing to see, like, if you looked at, like, a father figure and thought, like, oh, I want to do what you do kind of thing, because it's like, well, if they, you know, worked really hard or they did something, but then it's like, yeah, the labors of work can be hard for... The whipped cream in this room is collapsing because the temperature's too high. 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And I think I also just found myself more interested in games and computers and stuff, so that's like where my passion comes from. And like, when I did stuff with computers as a kid, at home and at school, I was usually like more knowledgeable than everyone else was. He opened the doors to the castle and handed himself, which is fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy, that's not the way I would describe most things made out of confectionaries. And that's the other thing too, is like, I feel like you should always keep learning no matter what you do, because if you still keep doing stuff, like, it'll be like, you'll be more actively minded, I guess. I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles, the whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic models with a bit of cream smeared on top. Oh, you're cheating. Yeah, you're cheating. Naughty, naughty. You've been caughty. So no, this is confectionery art after all. No, it's simply made to look like candy, with the cream having been added to lend it all an air of authenticity. Scones, confections were all fakes. What was she up to? So this is like some Cake Wars, like, riggery right now. Well, I don't know, I suppose when it comes to passions with things, like, maybe if you see people that are hardworking around you and you just sort of think like, oh, I can do this sort of thing. But it's like, something's just aren't for everybody. Connect. Yeah, what do we connect? Scones rule breaking with the... this. Almost done. So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make them any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. But yeah, that's just one of those things I just like, I wonder how many people when they were kids really got the position that they wanted. Because like, when you think about it this way, it's like, someone will go to, you know, people have a dream that they have as a kid because there's almost like no expectations. You're craving basted eggs with potatoes right now. Basted eggs? What is that? Like, I'm assuming that means it's covered in something, right? That sounds like a very hearty meal. Why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? Miss Scone's so-called creations were all fake plastic models covered in a thick layer of whipped cream. It's a good question. We'd better go ask Miss Scone herself. I do like me some potatoes. But that makes me wonder, like, you've got a dream as a kid, but because you've got like zero expectations. When someone says you can be anything that you want to be, and someone goes and says, I want to be an astronaut, you're a kid, so you don't know how hard it is to become an actual astronaut. And then you've got like, this is the thing that I want to do when you first get asked, and then you've got, you know, some people like will go through multiple different things and just be like, oh, I want to do this. And then they end up going and doing something completely different. Because the one thing you've got to look at, right, is the original astronauts, they wouldn't have grown up being like, I want to be an astronaut, because that didn't really exist. Question for you, are you a fan of bacon? Yes. I am a fan of bacon. But sometimes it can be too salty. Why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? And besides, being chilly is no good for a girl. I do like me some bacon, but I've kind of cut back on it a bit because sometimes it can just be too salty, I guess. You're not a fan, you prefer ham. So bacon, I don't like bacon, I also don't like when there's a lot of rind and fat on the bacon, so that's another thing as well. Ham, I like sandwich ham. And ham also ends up going on pizza as well. Ham with a side of eggs and potatoes. That sounds, yeah. See, I'm not a big fan of crispy bacon. Like, I know why crispy bacon is good, but at the same time, I'm not a big fan of crispy bacon. Because it used to cut my teeth. No, it's cut my teeth. It used to cut my mouth, so... to me, I've always preferred, like, other alternatives, I guess. Yeah. I prefer softer bacon. And also, like, I usually make sandwiches and stuff, so I prefer to have softer bacon inside the sandwich than big, giant, crispy bits that are hard. I want to keep my fresh-faced complexion. I've got to be careful about these things. You ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. But I can get the whole... there are people that I know that don't like sandwich ham either. Ketchup on the potatoes? I used to like tomato sauce a lot. Until I had barbecue sauce. And I put barbecue sauce on most things. It's not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. Southwest sauce? What is Southwest sauce? Because obviously we live in two different countries, so the Southwest for me is completely different to the Southwest for you.
Who's that Pokemon?
From Subway. So we call it something different. I need to check this now. What do we call what do we... Hang on a second. Southwest sauce. Subway. What do we call it? Oh, I guess we just call it Chipotle. Maybe. Or do we not have it? We might not actually have it. Yeah, actually no we do. We have Chipotle. It's basically Chipotle, that's what we would call it. Apparently it's called Chipotle Southwest sauce. Which we may or may not have, but... I don't know, I feel like I'm so basic when it comes to my... I'm very picky, but also just so basic. If you could, you would buy the sauce and use it for your sandwiches, yeah. Buy it off Subway. Yeah, just go to the just go to Subway and just be like, you know, I really like this sauce. Can you just like make it for me personally, please? But cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. So dearie, but silly me. I thought you gone and made a whoopsie. I'll take the sauce bottle. Just name your price. Name your price. I don't want the sandwiches, I don't want the cookies, I want the sauce, damn it. She really didn't know that? Scone doesn't seem to know basic facts about confectionery. Alright. I've used up my last snooze. That means when ads play, they're gonna play regardless. I can't do much about them. You have to do that next time? What, so just line up at the thing and when somebody asks you, what would you like? And you just say, can I have a bottle of Chipotle Southwest sauce, please? Hold the bread, the meat, the vegetables, the cookies, the sides. Just, can you just give me the... You know, not even just the bottle, just give me the... I will buy the supply. I will buy the supply of sauce from you if, yeah. I just break the rules based on fact. Can't you don't know the basic facts about it as opposed to craft. You know what you're gonna do next time you visit Subway? Oh, I feel. What have I done? You might get banned from the Subway store. Oh no. What have I done? Just don't start the sentence with, a streamer told me that if I really, really need the Chipotle sauce, I should just ask you for it by the tub load. And they said maybe they'll give it to you. Yeah, just give me a shout out to the just shout me out to the... Why is there another snooze? I guess I still have one. Just give me a straight up shout out to the Subway employees and just say, you know what, like the channel link is here, and then like just check him out on this thing. He enjoys your that might actually just work. Alright, last connection, I guess. So that's been there connected. Then we get into the actual meat and potatoes again. Yeah, this is me just thinking next level. It's like, you know, just gotta get the channel out there somehow. You know, maybe Subway might partner up with me, you know? Who knows? Hopefully the headline doesn't read local man, banned from Subway due to, sauce obsession. Scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. She says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. How are the actions of a world class... Actually, you know what? I'm going to check this real quick. I know that you can buy sauces some places. Because I remember when I was a kid, at the cinemas, I really liked the Choc Tops. And I always looked it up to see if the, unfortunately the cinema that I went to ended up, actually... The cinema that I went to, I found out that they get them custom ordered, so I couldn't order the Choc Chops, unfortunately. There. Let me actually see, is there a... I wonder if there's a way to purchase it. Wait. I wonder if this is the actual thing. You can get the Taco Bell. You can get the Taco Bell. Wait a second. You can get the Taco Bell Creamy Chipotle. You can get the Baja Chipotle Sub Sauce Bundle from Subway. There's an actual link here. Then there's a Walmart link as well, but I don't know if it's the same thing. There actually is something. I just found it. But I don't think it's the one that you're looking for. My family always goes to the Subway, yet we can't ever get that damn sauce. Why is that? Yeah. Yeah, there's a thing called Baja Chipotle. I don't know if that's what it's called, but everything that I've looked up actually seems to be... It's even got Subway packaging on it, but it could be fake. It could be fake. Let me link you the... Let me link you what I found. It's even on the Canadian, like, Amazon store. So, I don't know. It could be fake, though. That's the one thing that... You would go to the Subway right in the morning, take the sauce, everyone else does not have any for the rest of the day. I mean, at that point, you may as well just work at Subway, right? At that point, you may as well just work at Subway. Put your application in and say, and when it says in the column, like, what are your intentions when you come to progress in our company? And then you can write in that your intention is to eventually be able to buy out the Chipotle sauce so that you have an infinite amount. There you go. You gotta think big with these things, you know? You've gotta think big. Oh, I have another idea. You need to make a jingle. There you go. You need to make a jingle, and you need to make it, like, based on the Chipotle sauce. There you go. You need to use the musical talent. You need to make a song about the Subway Chipotle sauce, and then you send it to Subway, and then they're like, oh, hey, like, here's a, you know, like, we really liked your jingle. We want to include it in an ad. We want to include it in an ad, and then we'll give you a year's supply or whatever of Chipotle sauce. I don't know. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. She may be just like a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she has another agenda altogether. Yeah. Yeah, you've got the idea. Again, your objective is to get that Chipotle, so that's what you gotta do. For all we only had to have a word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Wait, you mean maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying so for certain just yet. But she is hiding something, that much I'm certain of. But that's what the crazy part about Subway is. Subway's only been here for 21 years. And I remember when the first Subway store opened, so when the first Subway store opened, they had in the local paper tokens that you could submit. And they had 4 tokens that were buy one, get one free. So whenever the local paper would come in, we would always collect the buy one, get one free tokens. And so you could get 8 subs for the price of 4 when it first launched. And so that's what we would do. Because they made really nice sandwiches back then as well. They also made, they had, like, hamburger kind of ones. Because you could get I remember eating in one day, and we had, you could order a meatball burger kind of thing. And you'd get the same amount of meatballs that you would in a sub, and then you'd get the sauce, but it would be in a burger bun instead. But it's like, I remember, I think it was the first couple of years of it being open, every week they would release out buy one, get one free coupons that you could just get. So it was, and we went there the day that it launched, and it was the line was out the door into the parking lot. It was how popular, like, because Subway had never been here before. Certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Someone would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. He didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Too bad. I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him and Scone. How could you, Betty Bat Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that. I'm trying to think what the lines of that would even be. Just need a new, we need the Canadian spokesperson for Subway and just like the...
Who's that Pokemon?
Maybe they can call it like the Subway Rap, but spell it as WRAP. And just rap about the different sauces, but talk about how the Chipotle one is the best. Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Of course, dear. Where are we off to? To find Mr. Von Karma. Now, you gotta think jingle writing is quite popular. Like, it's stuff that's like... Jingle writing's always gonna be popular, but like, also instant, like, what's the other things? Instant, like, a catchy jingle, or like a viral TikTok video is what would get people's attention in terms of like how they feel about like certain things, because obviously like that's more like what the current generation is about, you know. Even though I don't use TikTok or I don't do any of that, but it's like that seems to be what works. then use the subway commercial music to turn into a cool beat. I mean, you could do that. Why have it just be a joke when it could be a reality? You just never know. Like you want that Chipotle sauce, right? So it's, you know, maybe you can do that. That's one way to do it. So I can't wait to speak with you if that's alright. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon. We did. It was in Mr. Scone's room. Miss Scone's room, sorry. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found. Tangaroa is guilty. As long as this is my case, guilty you shall remain. How can you be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Mr. Scone's room? Of course I do, and I'll be delighted to share it with you. I'm trying to think like what kind of lyrics there could be for it. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. You will think about it, you wrote it down. I can't believe I've spawned this. What started out as a joke of just like, in thing has now turned into something much greater, and now I have to, now I have to hear this. Now I just have to, I just have to hear this now. What is done cannot be undone, like it's... Oh. Subway superfan gains mass, gets lifetime supply of Chipotle sauce after viral song. You will cook with it too, you best believe. After all, it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have been seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. So it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room. It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion, it is a fact based on my own investigation. You mean you have proof that he did so? I don't need any such thing. We'll be in the far future, but like I say, I would, yeah. Yeah. Now you just need to find somebody else who has the same... You keep coming up with lyrics here and there. Now you need to find somebody else who has the same feeling about the Chipotle sauce, and you can do a duet. You can do a duet... you can do a duet song about Chipotle. If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic. So he took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's, brought it back to his own. Indeed. Prepared it beforehand, knowing it would be the perfect weapon with which to kill Frost. But we found the lamp in Miss Scone's room. Surely this cast Miss Scone herself in a suspicious light. Perhaps if you would let me finish. Now, as I was saying. Yeah, it would be wild indeed. I mean, especially since it's like a... If it did actually happen, then I can say I was there. I was there when the concept for this song was made. I can be one of those cool people that was like, I knew this person before they were. I knew this before it was cool. Talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was hidden inside the candy castle, correct? Precisely. I was the one who found it. So be grateful. It's thanks to me you even have such a vital piece of evidence. What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's like, I knew this guy before he was famous. He came into my stream one day and told me all about how he likes the Subway Chipotle, so much. And then it kind of just happened. Maybe you just wanted to see what it was like in there. Fools, you think I went in there on a whim? I went in there because detectives are an incompetent lot, so I investigated it myself. It had nothing to do with the initial investigation. That's right, Detective Bab wasn't a part of this investigation until very recently. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just what happens, you know? That's honestly, like, how a lot of great things happen, is just, like, people just joking around or saying, like, oh, you know, no one would ever want to go and do this, or no one would ever think. It's like, sure enough, if someone has some interest in it, maybe they can just find something. That's oftentimes how, you know... Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg was just mucking around with his college roommates when he was doing stuff with Facebook. I mean, he didn't expect that to blow up like it did. It's just one of those things. Like, sometimes it's a simple banter or joke about something can actually be like, you know what? Like, it could actually work. Like, it's just one of those things that happens. Like, some people can plan for their success or they have an idea immediately. Sometimes it just comes on a whim. Good first step would be to stop wasting my time. Now if you'll allow me to continue. He came under suspicion anyway, due to the body being in his room. So why? Would you like to hear a favorite expression of mine? Even a dog can hold still and stay. Now let me finish. If only I could say the same to you. I guess it's one of those things where it's like, certain things can just turn into a passion in like the blink of an eye, or just like gotta have dreams, right? Gotta have dreams, and gotta have, no matter how silly things can get. Singing has become that for you for sure? Yeah. Yeah. And it's something that definitely starts off as a side thing, like you know, a lot of people might just think, you know, that they're not good enough or they're not thing, but it's like you kind of just put yourself out there and then just give it a go, and if you get good feedback, if you get bad feedback, you work with that, and then you keep improving, and eventually it might actually just become something that's thing, like... How many famous people in the world have been told to give up on their dreams? How many people have been told that they can't do something, and then they've gone ahead and done it and proved everyone wrong? Like, it's the exact same thing with any kind of, if you believe in your heart and you believe that you can do something, then you go out there and you go and do that thing, and you do that to the best of your possible ability, and you find that success and you find that that goal, and you reach that, and you just conquer more break through more barriers, and do all that other stuff. Like, don't let anyone else tell you otherwise, because it's not their life that they're living. It's someone else's, and some people just like to put other people down and make them feel like they're inferior when they just recognizing that person's got more talent than they do. So you think he hit the body in the chest, but removed the murder weapon from the crime scene? Yes, he foolishly believed his own creation to be the perfect hiding place. Sorry, I did that myself. I think you mean you couldn't help yourself, no. Doesn't seem very sorry to me. In any case, the weapon was taken away while the body remained at the scene of the crime. There's no proof. How can you say for certain that Mr. Tango is the culprit? Is that the best you can do at pressing me? Listen here, the presence of the body in Tangaroa's room is in itself proof enough of his guilt. Objection. And you didn't find evidence pointing to any other possible suspects. You should take another look, you might... You really don't give up, do you? There is no need to take another look. Tangaroa is guilty. End of story. If you insist on asserting otherwise, then show me some proof to back up your ridiculous claims. Have to think back over the crime scene. If Mr. Tangaroa really isn't guilty, then there must be something that points to somebody else. Pressing Miss Von Karma on any of these statements won't have much of an effect on you. Alright, so... Fifth statement, then... Frame, fake. Frame, fake. Any trophies here? No, this is another examination. Examination.
Who's that Pokemon?
Still examination here. Yep. Okay, so it's this again. Yeah, but not finishing this case today, I don't think. It's taking like a long time. I only hope is to find a piece of evidence that contradicts its claims. Fifth statement. Oh, we do have proof, though. We do have... Objection! It's true that the murder weapon and the blood-stained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime, but something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. Cloth covering the victim's lower half. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? Was that dealing with my lovely, colourful cloths at the scene of the crime, you say? Luminous cloth? Nonsense, I see no light to speak of. Guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent. Look at his face, I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? Salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma? I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest. Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people. I'm not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think you're hiding something. That's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder. Exactly. Something funny? Only that you've walked so carelessly into my trap. Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. The one song you have done is kind of taking off right now, the me and you... Oh, right, yeah. You haven't done the collab for that yet, have you? You've only done part of the... You've only done part of it, right? Or did you do the collab already? Oh, there's one collab already. Oh, right, just not the girl you were expecting, yeah. So sorry to have to break it to you. What does he mean? The one that collabed with you was doing really good. Tinkerer spotted them before the contest began, and noted that the lamps and cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping. Then after the contest began, yeah, autocorrect is bad. Nobody saw her hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. But I get what he was saying. At least the one collaboration's working, but I'm wondering if you'll get the other one. I wonder if she'll still be doing the other one. Because if this one's already taking off, then that's one thing, but that's also just still a good sign that you've still got that. You've been encouraging her, yeah. The only person capable of entering his locked room is Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. She says she's struggling, but it's because she's very hard on herself. I mean, that happens with a lot of musicians and stuff, is like often they're their biggest critic. Often they are their biggest critic, and they just need the support of somebody else to tell them that, no, you are good enough and you can do this. You just need to put everything... You know. It's good to be hard on yourself because it means that you're gonna have, like, the utmost, like, perfect thing that you're looking for, but if you do too much of it, you're gonna never get anything completed, you know? No, I had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel? To have lost to me before even setting foot into the courtroom. This can't be happening. All that hard work was for nothing. Yeah. Miss Scone, why didn't you tell your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Well, dear, Mannequin said if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion. Mr. Von Karma said that? Yeah, boosting her confidence, yeah. It's important to boost someone's confidence up, especially if they, you know that they have the talent. Because that oftentimes can just... He wasn't wrong now, was he? You accused me yourselves just a second ago. Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. You said to her that you rarely chat with anyone to join your stuff and that she was special, so... Yeah, I mean, there's only so much that you can say. There's only so much that you can do without it feeling like you're being too forceful. Because you don't want to come off as, like, you don't want to come off as forceful in that way. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2, and only 2, sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. Yeah. It is a tough position, but at the same time, like, if she has said that she will join, it's a matter of just, like, waiting, and then if you don't hear from anything for a little bit, maybe just checking in, and then waiting, and eventually, like, you'll get around to it. Like, if she's already said that she'll join, then I'm sure that she will, unless she's just, like, not. But it's hard to say. Like, there's not really much that you can do. You've already kind of given her the... It's basically in her court at the moment. The ball's in her court at the moment. Those of Delicious Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost. He was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection.
But wait. What about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. Don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. I mean, if she's still making stuff, maybe she has like a big backlog of things as well. Because if she's still making music herself, then maybe she's just trying to get through a backlog of things to do. Because it's not that she said she didn't give you a time frame of when she would get around to doing it. She kind of just said that she would have, but that's why I was wondering. Oh, she just joins people's stuff. Ah, okay. Because I know that she said that she wanted. Unless, have you done her song yet? Have you done the Senorita song? I'm not sure if you said that you did that or not. Because that's also another sign as well. Have you, No more pitiful objections. Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you. Mr. Not about to just give up. I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad, escort them off the premises now. No, but you did tell her that you were going to do it this weekend or next. You messaged her that, so she... Ah, I see. Because that might be another thing as well, is like, if you show that you're committed to her project first, there might be a chance that she'll get to your one sooner, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe that's why. Like, I can't really be sure. Like, I would think that if if one of the things gets done, then it means that you're more likely to probably get the other thing done. Just because, it's like, oh, you've already collabed in the past, so it's kind of like, oh, well, like, if you really like doing the collab and it working out, then it's like, well, yeah. This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad? What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the mood of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. You don't think that is it, but who knows what it could be. I mean, I don't know. I'm only speculating. I don't have a clear answer for you, and again, it feels like you've done everything that you possibly can do, so it's just a matter of waiting or doing something else in the time being. I don't know. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. Like, I've never had anyone... Most people usually leave me be, I guess. I don't usually get asked to do stuff. But I also don't really have the confidence to ask for people to do stuff, because I just I don't like. She says she will join, so if she doesn't and says nothing, that would be weird by her. Yeah, it would be, which then just makes me wonder what the actual problem is. Yeah, I mean, that could also be the case as well. Some people are just very, very hard on themselves. And they don't want to feel like they let people down, but, again, there's only so much that you can do outside of just encouraging them and, you know, just letting them, do their thing. That's the best that you can possibly do. Like, that's the best possible thing that you can actually ask for, is just to wait. Whatever they might be, they're no business of the defense.
Objection.
I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence that I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same that's bothering Detective Bad. This is the yet unidentified something that was left in Tangaroa's room. This...
Take that.
There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Alright, I think we're back from ads now, because, I can't snooze the ads any further. They just play now. Already snoozed them too many times. I even got a bonus snooze ad as well, so that's also...
Who's that Pokemon?
I don't know why I've got that song stuck in my head. I don't know why I have that song stuck in my head, but for some reason it is. Oh no. I heard it once and then now I can't hear it. Supposing they belong to the murderer. Could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Which one? So, I don't know if you heard it, but when Adam Lambert went on to somewhere, he did a cover of Cher's Believe, but he had to do it to the Muffin Man song. And so, I've got that stuck in my head. Because I heard it recently, and it's like, every now and then it'll come into my mind. It's like, why do I still have this song in my head? It's just hilarious when I saw it. Like, that's the kind of stuff that, it's the kind of stuff like, what is it? Rick Astley's song, the Never Gonna Give You Up song. If you play that, if you do the lyrics to that with the Smells Like Teen Spirit Nirvana song, it works. It somehow works. Like, people have put it together and it actually somehow works. So that was one that I remember. That was probably like one of the first times I remember hearing two songs mixed together. Was those two, and it's almost like a perfect combination. I don't know how someone figured that out, but it actually does work. And yet the two songs just are completely different. Pop and grunge music mixing together. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad. Are you out of your mind? Don't remember you telling me not to. Insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. You know what, I've noticed that there was a period of time where they were actually doing a lot of food commercials with songs in them, like singers in them, like the menu log ads with Snoop Dogg in it. Christina Aguilera doing the menu log ad with, who was it? It was, I don't remember who it was. I know she's another famous singer. That is one thing that has happened as well, like with some of these ads. Or at least it was a few years ago. The menu log ads had like Snoop Dogg rapping about all these foods that he likes eating. And they did one specific for like countries as well. So when the menu log ones for Australia happened, there was like 2 Australian acts that were doing them, but the results of your next salary review are up to me. Detective Bird's in trouble now too. Sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. You do better remember that the results of your salary review are up to your performance here. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. It's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tango. Oh, I should mention... Have you given any more thought to what your favorite song of all time was? I remember we had this conversation like a while back, and you needed some time to think about it. Have you had any more thoughts about like what it could be? After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations.
Objection.
Can you prove conclusively that the finger marks are his? You still haven't thought about it. You still don't have an answer for me. It's a hard thing to pick. Furthermore, there is still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there, or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Stop it, Greg, you stop it! Why are you being so mean to my poor old pal Delicia? It's impossible for you, honestly, yeah. It is hard. I end up to nibbling poor semi-poople sweeties, what more do you want? Don't want to have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. You lied to us, and you're still not telling us everything. Greggy, stop it! Stop bullying me! Sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry, I'm just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say? I'm trying to think if I could... I think I came up with a top 5 at one point, but I can't remember all of the songs. I know at least 2 or 3, I think. Yeah, I remember you saying about the favorite EDM song. Like, I did a rock one as well, where I thought about rock music. I can do a top 5 of rock music stuff. That one's an easier one, but overall is way hard. Overall, I know at least 2. I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. Think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough. I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourselves. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand that you present something to back it up. This is a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless, what proof do I have that Mrs. Scone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? The fact that we have the fake confections. Oh, that's your favorite EDM of all time. Unbound by Canon. I have not heard of this song. I'm not very familiar with EDM. My knowledge is probably like, I know of Daft Punk. That's probably the closest thing that I know to EDM, I think. Off the top of my head, anyway. I can't think of any other... yes, the fake confectionery. So one of Mrs. Scone's creations breaks the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloths and the lamps, were duly confiscated as we have established. And the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself. Objection. Those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it? It's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. The way the beat drops, the build-up, and then the chorus. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I only know the top two. I think I think I know the top two. All-time songs. I have like 5 songs I can think of with the rock music one, I think. I haven't listed any of these down though, that's the problem. There's a lot of choice. But cream is the only authentic confectioner in the room. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true bad? Yep, saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't deny to continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. But no, dear, I'm no killer. Yeah, I'll have to listen to it. When did it come? Actually, I want to check something real quick because EDM is fairly new. EDM is a fairly new genre. You were driving one night and was about to skip it. What are you... That's insanity. You almost skipped it. Could you imagine if you skipped the song? Be your favorite piece ever, yeah. That's why it's like when people like just go through and skip songs and just think it's like if it's yeah, Yeah. Sometimes it's a mood thing, sometimes it's just a... That's the thing, it's like, it could be a mood thing, it could be a, yeah. And why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work? Right. Truth is, I'm not the adorable little cock you see before me. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it. Pharmacist? Can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagined. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one? Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you must know. Semi-purple sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. It means that I'm making it all the way to the final. Even Mr. Von Karma is lost for words. That's it? That's the only reason you're here? Yeah, that's another thing as well that I've noticed, is that, like, some songs, if you really, really like them, you'll listen to them over and over and over again, even after you've already heard them once. Okay, I think it's better, yeah. I mean, that is kind of, like, good that it's able to do that. Just during it was worth it. Samson's Zilly Pants is sweet as the tastiest treats I ever did eat. And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves? No, that wasn't me, dear. I didn't even wear gloves. Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaro's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves. Exactly, Lambkin. Ricky Pegleg's got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman. Is your head filled with cream too? Sorry, mannequins. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywink's room for a little taste too.
Pokemon!
You were in the victim's room too? Yes, dear, nobody was in there, you see. Possibly because the occupant was already dead. But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in all of my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off of the side to cleanse my palate. You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed, what didn't you sample? That's everything, I promise. I guess it's just because EDM was never my thing. I know that it's more than just doof music, like more than just club music that gets played, but I just never really had the same appeal for it as like a lot of other people did. Although I guess it's hard to even say it like that, because there are certain pop songs that are very club-based, like, sounding, that are not really EDM, but they are popular, like, songs. Like, I think Blue, you know, Blue Dabba Die is a... That's a... I think that's, like, not... I don't know if that's directly EDM, but it probably feels like it is. Greggy Pegels, mannequins, I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to make a mess of things. As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Don't think for a second that this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Someone Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. Accompany me if you like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. I'd like to accompany you all the same. So 24, 9 p.m. Contest venue, Frost's room. And like, I know that they usually take a lot of covers of past songs and then give them like a more revitalized sound, I guess, is the best way to put it. What is the meaning of this? Oh. When we got to the first room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Is this the work of the culprit? Dead body hidden in the chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case is a real peach, and it's going to take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. Yep. I only just reached the middle. We're not finishing this case today. We have 3 hours. And we're back to present day. Okay, so we're not just... Are we taking like a short intermission? Are we taking a short intermission away from the case to go back and do something here, or... We must be doing something. Well, went deep on that one. Sorry, Muzzle, you know, didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. Had no idea that it was how it all came about. Read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. And Karma was the one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. If it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. There's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? This place is a gallery these days. But back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed, in the site of the IS-7 incident. No, word is Frost ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see, just in case. Seems like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. So... Okay, this explains... So, are we going to be doing double investigation? Because... Are we doing double investigations? Because, we did all the stuff in the past. We haven't figured out what's happened in the past yet. And then now we're going to do stuff with present day? Are we going to find something 18 years later somehow that isn't the case? I'm now very, very curious. Alrighty then, let's go take a look at these icy marbles, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the winter wing, as it's very snazzily known. Some stuff looks like it's changed a bit. So, winter wing, winter wing. I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Fender? Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. It is. Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Okay, so this is what was supposed to be in here. Because when we first came in here, everything was melted. I also don't know who any of these characters are, like if they're relevant or not. See, they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right, it's like a freezer in here. Do we still have the evidence? No. Can read this, though. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Body of the victim, Artie Frost, was found hidden in a chocolate chest made by the suspect, Samson Tanker Robert. Victim died from blood loss after being struck on the head with a rock salt lamp. Suspect was found guilty of the crime as its main perpetrator and subsequently imprisoned. And then we've got the pamphlet as well. Oh. Okay. Zodiac Hall building map, hours 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we've got the Spring Wing, Summer Wing, Winter Wing, Autumn Wing, an elevator at the Fountain Hall, which we were just in, security room, reception, and the entrance that leads to the garden. And then each room is kept at a specific temperature to reflect the season it represents. So summer seasons, obviously being Sagittarius, Scorpio, and Libra, is at 78 Fahrenheit. Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries, 64 Fahrenheit for autumn. Virgo, Leo, and Cancer, 53 Fahrenheit for spring, and Taurus and Gemini at 27 Fahrenheit for winter. This is weird, because one of these should be in winter, because, there's 3 seasons. There's 3 seasons per... There's 3 months per season. At least there is here. Here there's 3 seasons. 3 months per season. Why have we not got... Why is winter missing a season? Missing a... It's missing one. At least they got Sagittarius. This is the other thing as well. This is also going by... This is also going by my... You know, this is going by our season stuff. So, like, Sagittarius is in December, because I'm a Sagittarius, and it says summer, so that means that this should be reflecting what... It should be 3 per season. 3, zodiacs per season. Not 4 and then 2. It should be 3 for everything. So which one's not in the right spot? Because... if it's summer, autumn, winter, spring, I would assume this is January, February, March. But that can't be right either. Because the seasons are, at least here, the seasons are December, January, February for summer. Then March, April, May for autumn. June, July, August for winter. And then September, October, November for spring. Because we're about to get into, we're only a couple of days and we're going to get into spring. So I don't know what's going on here. And why there's an extra... Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. Temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Hey, Master, can you go peep the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, you know? And that's the other thing as well. They're going by the... They're going by the way that it is here, but it says Fahrenheit, which we don't do Fahrenheit here. It's not Fahrenheit, it's Celsius. Southern temperatures... Southern hemisphere is Celsius, as far as I'm aware. So I don't know what's going on with this either. Like, they have the summer stuff as if it's the southern hemisphere, but yet they have the northern hemisphere Fahrenheit. Something's up here. Something's up. Alright, if you insist, take your time. Mosey you around and take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel free. I feel like your pup might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so you can have a gander. I'm so confused. They said we had to check the temperature, I think they said, so we'll probably go and leave that at the top left. Where to start? Huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, well, with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface known as an explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't usually careful about such things. Wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry. Don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Two large ice statues on display here. I guess these are remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I got to see them instead, so many years later. Sorry to butt in, but while you're deep in a think, old master, would you mind looking this way for a sec? Is he gonna take a photo? This way. Beautiful, yeah, just like that. He's gonna take a photo of us. Fender, really? Say cheese. Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy. My bad. I had to check if this old thing was still working, is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever hear of an instant camera? It develops the picture right after you take the shot. I still twist my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is. Well, I've never used one. Should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Should have become a paparazzo. These are gold. They develop right away, wanna see? I gotta check the... Yeah, I've still got 11 days. So we've got plenty of time. Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these two sculptures represent? Appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo, he shoots your scores. Oh, you're a regular encyclopedia master. Guess that's why this is the winter wing, right? Because I have the winter star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that's one yours for keepsies. Statues matching those made by the victim 18 years ago, apparently. So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. Sure did, lovingly crafted life-size desserts. Only ever saw the old ones in photos, though. These are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me. Yep, I think Gregor would have wanted you to see him too. I may not have had it in me to come here on my own, sorry to drag you along. Not at all. Happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. So we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Alright. I still have investigations here I can do? It's such a rather ferocious looking bull, not a gaze one would want to be fixed with. But then I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. Although in this case, discretion might be the better form of valor. Okay, you can actually go around here. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Oh, you finally, like, Oh, the song, yeah. I still have the lyrics, actually, up here, don't I? I do. Oh, you finished it, yeah. The constellations on display in the Winter Wing, and uniquely these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other room are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the Summer Wing too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? At least you were able to finally finish it though. So I actually wonder what happened to Samson, because, I see that you changed some of the lyrics, though. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna read that again. Even so soon, Miles, stick around, taking the sights. Might as well while we're here. It's too cold. I was thinking of heading somewhere warmer. If you want, I could lend you some of the old fender threads. In exchange for your jacket, of course. I'll be fine, thank you. Seems I'll have to stick it out a little longer. Okay, fine. Miles Arena, might have asked you something? Of course, assuming it's something I can help with. I was wondering, do you think we're allowed to take pics in here? You didn't check? Well, I don't see any signs, and we weren't told not to, so I suppose it's probably okay. Good, because even if it wasn't, I was planning to grab some shots anyway. Gregory always wanted to see the place. What Gregory wants, Gregory gets. My father, what would he have noticed if he were here? Perhaps if he had the chance to see it, that trial might have. No, what's happened. looking forward to seeing what it ends up being. I guess we'll see what happens. Oh, there we go. Let me copy paste this so I can read it. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Okay, so I'm assuming that this is... You charmed it all and it checks out? Ooh. Actually, you know what? Let me actually... Hang on a second. Hang on one second. I'm gonna copy paste it, and because I have the old... lyrics that you gave me before, and I can put them next to each other so I can actually see what it looks like. You cook with the new lyrics. Okay, so. First line. I'm not sure if it's a reference to something or you forgot to put some words in. Remember that night at the waffle scene? Swore is it your pinnacle queen? Okay, that's fine. You had ultimate. You had ultimate instead of it is a it's a reference. Okay, I didn't get it. I didn't know that it was a reference. If that's a reference, then ignore everything that I just said. I didn't realize that it was a reference to the original. So in that case, yeah, completely ignore everything that I just said. Then I didn't realize that was an actual a reference. So remember that night at the waffle scene? You swore I was it your pinnacle queen. Said I was the one, felt a true spark, but your little wink left its sweet mark. From across the booth, a surge of energy, Y24, let's make it infinity. I think that works way better. And you also got rid of the part that, yeah, that also just works. And it still meant that, yeah, that works better. Absolutely. Keep that. That works way better. West Side Dreams and East Side Love, let me work it a bit before we speed it up. Okay, that replaced a Destiny Whispered sent from above. Yeah, I can see that there. I think what you've changed it to is better. Back in 2014, that's where it all began. Now in 2025, still part of your plan. 24/7, I'm the one that you claim. I'm gonna take you down while you're screaming my name. Okay. I see what you're cooking. I get it. Absolutely. I get that now, yeah. Okay. It still flows exactly the same way that the previous one does, but you've spiced it up a little bit, and you've changed it. Y24, let's make it infinity, makes perfect sense. That actually fits way better. That fits way better. And again, I have to remember that I'm reading this as if it's from the female perspective towards you, towards the male character. So that's the other part that I'm also remembering as well. So I'm trying to, and it's like the perspective of the female character is that she's met this guy, and this guy is like the person who's going to be like the perfect one for her. It's like her Prince Charming kind of thing, but then the opposite side is, it's just, this guy is the opposite. He's only looking at it as a one-time thing. And it's almost like all these things that she's repeating is all the charm that he has been basically giving her, and then all the other stuff is just going to be just like none of that. It's going to be more like just about the lost and about the one time and that's it sort of thing. Like moving on to the next person kind of thing. And it makes a lot of sense. Like again, she reminisces about the night that they first met. She references about like the subtle things that he did with winking and stuff about like, you know, talking about like, yes, it was one day that they had met, but it was like she wants to make it more. Yeah. Well, that's a day. 24 hours in a... Yeah. Yeah, I think that works. Because that's also in her situation as well. Her situation would be like, why spend one day with this person when I can spend a full eternity with someone, essentially? Whereas the other perspective is... The perspective from the other person is, why would I spend infinity with you when I can just sort of hit it and quit it kind of thing, is what they're trying to sort of say. And so you've got two polar opposites of understanding. One's thinking it's going to last forever, the other person knows it's not going to last forever and only cares about the one time, and that's it, sort of thing. Yeah. So it's almost like partial, like, understanding with the... It's like the first 24 hours, but then it's also like all these things that she's also saying about the future, like the 2025 and the infinity section. That's almost like the expectation that she has on this person, but then the other person does not have that expectation at all. So the lyrics for them is going to be very different. It's going to almost be the opposite, and just yeah, I can see this working. I think that you've got something better. Like again, I have the lyrics from like previous and the lyrics that you have now, and I would say yes. And a lot of references to like 24 hours, 24/7, future, so it's almost like one segment's going to be about the future and then the other one's going to be about the past. Oh, I've already accomplished this goal, I don't need this anymore, sort of thing. Like you know, moving on to the next thing. Talking about like working your charms, you know, working my charms, and you know, played right into my hand kind of thing. I can definitely see this, and this is only like one part. I think you've definitely got something. Like the only thing I was going to mention before was the first part, but you said that that's an actual reference, so I wasn't aware of that being a reference, so... In your lines, you do say very rarely a line that says "wake up and do it again," but I don't think it breaks what I meant. I'd have to read the lyrics to understand like the perspective and that stuff, because it's like I can already think of certain things that the second person would say, because it's almost the opposite. So the the idea of like using my charms and playing into my hand and moving on to the next person. Yeah. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanatory text engraved on it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. Hang on a second. Search lyrics. What have I got to look up here? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that as well. No. No, I don't think so. Because it's two different versions, if you think about it. It's two different things. One person singing about the infinity section part, where it's like, oh, I think it will last more than 24 hours. It will be an infinity thing, whereas in this case, this guy, the opposite is the guy who's only looking for that 24 hours and he doesn't care about everything else afterwards. Kind of thing. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like one person's perspective is going from 24 to infinity. The other person is how much is almost like how much can I get out of that in 24 hours before I move, kind of thing. Move on. So I don't think it breaks it, no. Then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind. I'll just go and take a look at some other. I think I've seen that person before. I think I've seen these two before. How about this? Disagreement. Oh no, this must be the work of that villain Damask. And I go, that's me, the legendary Master Mask. Yeah, and then, no, say that, and then you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. Better take this more seriously, otherwise how are we gonna get this market to sell? What exactly are these two plotting? Yeah. I mean, I think it can work. I definitely think that it can work. Andrew, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Yeah. It's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Dang, thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. You think it'll be your best work? I mean, it seems like you've put the most effort. It seems like you've put a lot of effort into both, both things. And just like, figuring out like, and writing lyrics is hard. Again, we spent a couple of hours trying to figure out how to rhyme words with electricity while making it work, and then it's like you have to. It's hard. It's hard, and sometimes it's just a matter of figuring out like shorter. It's just one of those things you have to, and it still works. That's why I was trying to say like associating certain words with things. It's hard. It's got to be on time, it's got to be kept to the beat, it's got to make sense, and it's got to relate back to the song in some way, which is why I was thinking energy. Energy is better than electricity, talking about the spark, talking about this, it's like, it still correlates, it still keeps to the beat, it still does all that, and yeah, it has to obviously make sense, like, you don't necessarily have to rhyme the most words together, you have to just, you have to do them in the most optimal way possible. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Wait, that's colder than the snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting the snuggle. Hey, what's with that icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? So I'm no lyricist, I'm not... But I have I do like writing. And I do usually write things to a very specific, like, understanding from the thing, but it's like, it's also just difficult when, you know, sometimes you just need to find words that mean the same thing, but have a different, thing. And obviously, if you look at what you, originally wrote, I've still got it here, so I can actually copy it to you. Or most of the stuff, anyway, that you wrote to me. If you look at this, this is what you had before, from a couple of days ago. Here's what you sent me before. So now you tell me what you think, from when you saw the initial, like, that's what you originally had written before you started tinkering with it. Like, that's what you had written originally. And then if you compare that to what you've now just presented, you can see that it still works. Like the newer stuff works much better. It's not that the old stuff was bad, it's just that you've tinkered with it and now the newer stuff works better. Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. What was that? Came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. Wait, is that Larry? It is. Oh my goodness, it's Larry. What's he doing here? April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, fountain room, and... yeah. Yeah. Someone dead, or is that Gusto? Someone on the ground, and is that... I think that's Gusto. It is Gusto. Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Gee. Should have seen it, it was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything, he just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Yep, everyone's back now. This is like 18 years later and everyone that was here before is... But it's good to look back on the thing, like... That's definitely what you should do in future things. Have your initial lyrics, and then instead of writing over them, keep a copy of them somewhere, and then once you feel like you're done, go back and just compare them both and see like, oh, okay, how did I improve this? How do I make these better? It will do wonders for you. Because sometimes you might pick up on something and be like, this might make a little bit more sense, or maybe like I can. You definitely do that. Keep track of like older verses and older lyrics that you've got, and then just yeah, use them as something that you can. Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, this smell. You're still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. It took time and look, and you made it 10 times better. Exactly. Good things take time. If you rush it, it's gonna be rushed. If you take your time with it, it will be 10 times better. If you think through everything, it will just be better. No one ever gets anything accomplished by rushing. Or if they do get it accomplished, it's going to be half-assed, or it's just not going to be the quality that you're looking for, and you just need to concentrate on that and just You thought about all possibilities while you were trying to achieve. Exactly. Taking your time is the best thing you can possibly do with anything. There's poison gas coming out of that room. Okay, so someone tried to use poisonous gas. What? April 2nd, 10:42 AM, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. What's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out, but it sounds like it's pretty serious. It's easy to rush because you might feel lazy, but you're right, you just have to take your time. Yeah, I mean, if you also feel like you're not up to doing it, you can just take a break as well. That's the other thing. Like, you just need to... Sometimes stepping away and taking some time from it actually will allow you to think a little bit more. Paramedics said there are no signs of external injury, that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. Like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with the specialist. I see. Couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. Confectioner? So he was here 18 years ago, too. Any oozles. This guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Marzarino? Okay, so Carmelo Gusto, age 54. A confectioner who, having breathed in poisonous gas, was found collapsed outside the autumn wing. You were more feeling complacent, but you got to break that thinking. Yeah. Well, again, I hope these conversations and stuff about it actually was able to help. Like, sometimes it is just a matter of, like, another opinion on how to try and branch out to do something, I guess. Like, there's always,
Who's that Pokemon?
something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You're still an artist. You don't miss it to elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Yeah. Yeah, you were about to start doing something with the original, but then you thought... Yeah, that's one good thing, though, about it, though, is like, you knew that you weren't satisfied with the final product, and so at least you thought about it a little bit more, and then now you've come up with something actually better than the product you were originally going to go and do. So by doing that, you spent that extra little bit of time, and now you've got something that actually is just way better than what you originally planned. So if you use that mindset and thinking for every single thing that you're doing, then that's going to give you way better results. Anyway, you know you're not supposed to call me Laura Darnell when I'm dressed like this. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. You can only do the best that you are capable of, and if you're happy with that, if you're ultimately happy with what you've come up with, then that's all that can really be asked. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were still little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Maurice Dunham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Oh, grade school buddies? I need to go tell Gregory about this. Yep. Pseudonym of Larry Butts, my friend since childhood. He fancies himself as something of an artist. You'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always right you never click with anybody. You know, Jake, you're lucky to have a friend like me. Never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Larice, Edgy. How many times do I have to tell you it's Larice? What are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good, now talk. I don't know why I'm here. Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon. So I thought I'd better scope the place out. So not actually for your art at all. Larice, my man, art isn't a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Sure, it's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. By the way, Lauricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Well, that. The old guy just appeared and then splat. He was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. For once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Honored guest, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm duty bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the I-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. Oh, are they gonna perform again? Maybe? She looks a lot older now, because she was like, what, 16 or something when this was happening? We're excited to see if you can get health and record it this weekend. Yeah, I hope that you can. Obviously take care of your health first, because, you're gonna need that before you can start recording, but speedy recovery. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I believe you had to go through something so awful. Our first day in business. You're going to bed now, but it was great talking. No problem, thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. And I will talk to you next time. Thanks for stopping by with the chats and all the other good stuff. As always. Yeah, you need to get some good rest, especially if you're sick. Sing Soft Kitty, it will make you feel better. Or should I sing Soft Kitty? I don't know, like, I've had people ask me to sing Soft Kitty to them before they... I don't think anybody wants me to sing. Hey, quit that, it's not your fault. Wait, I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late great Gregory. Really, you're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well... Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with us. 18 young years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. I mean, she is a celebrity. Yeah, she's 34 now. So 18 years ago would have been... Yeah, she would have been like, 16. Yeah. Because she was, Samson's, like, buddy, like, not buddy, like, she was Samson's, what do you call it? She was Samson's, like, co-star kind of thing. Because they were dancing together and stuff. What do you want, Larry? Oh, do you know who she is, right? Come on, Master. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing. Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy is a living legend. It's not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it to my dying day. You and me are peas in a pod, Loris. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It'd be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing his exhibits? What an honor! Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. It's a real life wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. Did, like, everyone retire? I mean, oh, never mind. She was what was she that she said? She was what was it that she was? She was a doctor or a therapist or something like that. I can't remember exactly what she said she was. Called the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. Couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Alicia Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. It sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinky dink. Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? Drop of the old Judy Band special blend? Why not, for old time's sake? That would be lovely, thank you. Now, if you'll both excuse me, better go and explain things to the other visitors. Go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. It's aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. It's a fine blend. Top quality Ceylon indeed. Its citrus aroma said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. It's just one difference. Jude's called the sources back then. Not today, though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all a bit odd? If a single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're alright. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came in as fast as we could. Okay, I guess we're doing 2 investigations now, the past and the future, so this is going to be a long case, I think. If it's anything like the previous one was very, very long, so usually this is safe for like the final case. Usually this is saving a, what do you call it? This is usually us saving a thing. Like, usually the final case is like 2 cases or 3 cases in a thing. This one here is already 2. No way! Mr.
Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing.
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you?
Sorry, sir. Knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. Ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective.
All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous.
Alright, we're counting you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy.
No way, Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking.
Sir Edgeworth, looks like the gas is almost dissipated, sir.
Oh.
And stuff's melted again. Uh-oh.
Stuff's melted again. There's water all over the place a second time. Although 2 of the exhibits are covered, but... Actually, all the exhibits are covered. Yeah, 2 of the exhibits are covered. One of them's got it over the thing. The other one's... Yeah, something's going on with these exhibits at the moment. Very good, detective. Now, calm down and tell me what you see.
Yes, sir. First up the exhibits. There's a statue of 2 people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of 2-horned animal.
Wait, a statue of 2 people and a 2-horned animal? That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing.
Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading.
Is that how it really works? Why would the sprinklers go off? That, usually to get rid of gas, you would just open up... You would open up, windows and stuff to make sure that it, like, has a... Yeah. The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire?
No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke.
That's not gas, though.
When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room.
Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. That doesn't make any sense, because gas doesn't have the thickness of smoke, and also it's... Was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off?
This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room this whole time, since the gallery opened.
So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers.
Yep, seems like it can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first.
So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess.
One more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep winter wing.
So the autumn wing is cold too.
And check the temperature, it's 26.5 degrees in here, sir.
Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing?
It's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir.
Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. April 2nd, 11:15 AM. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room.
What did Gummy have to say?
She said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry.
I don't get it.
I don't know what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. Should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. It means that we need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the future?
Yeah, there is one guy, Mars's best bud.
He's what?
We have to, and I guess we have to.
Wait, that's...
Good, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever.
Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right?
So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Maurice right now. I'm also a bit of an artist.
That's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Maurice.
Always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Like some people. Some questions for you, Larry. What the hell am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime. Never said you did. Just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? For a second I thought, wait, did something happen to my... No, dude. Look, I didn't see anything. I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound too sure of yourself. At the end there. Something you should know about him, Fender. Something smells at usually the butts. I've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. Suppose I better find out what he did this time. Alright. Finally we get into the actual gameplay portion. We've been doing a lot of cutscenes recently. I must not uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, you can't prove otherwise. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. Shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Okay, so I think it all starts out the same way. We have to bide our time 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then ask about the sculpture. So, why are you here? Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Bide our time. Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree. Laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So, if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all. Where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? Can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second. I have my lot in life too, you know. Wait, time. Fine, Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date. And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. Not so much this time, actually. You know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she'd kinda like it. So you're here for the Gemini sculpture. I'm very likely to try and tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. To summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend. What? How'd you figure that out? From your incessant prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you? Fine, then I won't say another word. Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Yeah, it seems like we just get through to him immediately by just doing the damn death glare for thing. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived at the gallery. We'll soon see what he's hiding, it's just a matter of time. What did you do once you got here? Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. So that is... Let's see, pamphlet entry... Wasn't winter. What's the big deal? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. Didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain. You didn't get a pamphlet? Didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk or so. So I thought entry must be free. Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk? You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after she finally got her place open for business too, poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now. You know a lot about the Winter Wing. You said you didn't have a pamphlet, yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How did you get me again? I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. There isn't one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. So that, I think, defeated the... That should have defeated the second one. The second of 3. Yeah. So now... Probably also turn the light on as well. So it's time to get a bit dark. Darker, I guess. You can do that now, it's fine. I've still got 2 hours before we would be wrapping up anyway, because I don't think Alison will come home early today. But no, I do try to finish at the same time.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, so, Winter Wing, didn't prevent, and then back to that again. I expect even Larry's found his feet a little by now. I have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. Was it, did you enter, or was it the... No, it was this one. And then the other one. Like this. Larry, be honest, did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You mean you can go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't. Yeah, exactly. Want to get in there, but... The old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. The victim prevented you from entering. So you weren't able to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you.
Yeah, he came out of the winter wing door and then down he went. But wasn't it the autumn wing that the victim came out of? That stupid poison gas thing had never happened. I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the autumn and winter wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. That's quite a useful clue. What did you see in the winter wing? It lit up to you. I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kind of changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Is this where we do sort of become the sketch? What to become the sketch, and then terrifying. Then present the pamphlets. And then... yeah, present the pamphlet, and then we get into the... next part. Okay. Which is... so, but yeah, but we're nearly through the middle. Well, we're nearly at the middle point of the case, so that means we're definitely not finishing today if we've spent like this long. So, yeah. Didn't you say you came in to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? Gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? So you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Not see something. That doesn't prove I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? So you saw something totally terrifying, didn't you? Usually everything with Larry is like the opposite of... Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. you doing, Edgy? You some kind of mind reader? No, it's just because Larry gives away his Larry gives away his position like it's nothing. That seems to be all that it is. At least that's what I'm noticing anyway. That it seems to be. Fine, because there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets given your track record. Wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Just couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. There's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows that what Larry was really looking at.
Take that!
Wait, that would be the pamphlet? Oh, right, no, the pamphlet, that's what he was looking at. Pamphlet or the thing? Oh, they're gonna present him the... Yeah. We're gonna present him the pamphlet because it'll tell us when there's a... Yeah.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. The other main feature sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Because that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It's pretty weird now that I think about it. It did seem pretty weird now thinking about one of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. interested in it too, aren't you, Reggie? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? Drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. I'm still not that confident in my work. Right here.
Let's see what his. I was gonna say. Let's see what his drawing was. That's actually a really good drawing, considering the. Otherwise, like I was expecting it to be like some really bad drawing, but it's actually not as bad as I envisioned it being. Trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of. Oh.
Just saying, Louise. It's pretty scary.
Supposed to be a statue of Gemini. Put it up and turned to a goddess right before my eyes. Freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud.
I wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him at all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly?
What do you mean what I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish, that's what I mean.
A goddess with a fishy bottom half? Sounds like Pisces to me. Here it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some bay.
Oh, really? I thought Pisces was just plain old fish.
And do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish? Some pretty cursed stuff right there.
Don't be a fool. Imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. A sketch by Larry depicting the Pisces statue exactly as this story.
Look at you, tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought I might have a use for it later, maybe in the bathroom.
You're the worst, Edgy, the worst. Kind of freaky deaky though, huh? Statue with the bottom half that changes shape? Pretty keen to find out what went down in this autumn wing, aren't you?
Suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps?
It's about done in here, sir. Don't take it from the gas anymore, you can come in now.
Thanks, good work, detective. Seems that it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. Good detective sure has impeccable timing.
Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue.
You going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too.
Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright, everyone, to the autumn wing. So that is a lot of investigating. Is there? No. No, there's not a lot of investigating to do or anything. Here at last, and it really does look like... really does look a lot like the winter one.
Glad you could make it. Hey, here. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. Oh, for the last time, its name is Maurice Dunham.
Detective, your report if you don't mind.
Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. And also, it was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently.
Somebody used it to heat something? Signs that it was used just before the police arrived, possibly to heat something. Was the stepladder already like that when you entered?
Yeah, I guess it was used by whoever let the gas out. Guess was inside the...
I wonder if we get to interact with the stepladder for something.
I guess was inside the case until someone opened the lid.
That's so. Pisces statue.
Just show up on your constellation, sir. You know what the one in the other case is too. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. It was supposed to be Taurus. The weird cloth that draped around it kind of tripped me up. Isn't that piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now that we have evidence in the IS-7 incident too... Yeah, this is the same cloth that was used in the previous exhibit thing. Take a look around. Yeah, we're gonna have to investigate the stepladder, I think, for the trophy. So there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the cases, too.
And that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath your bed.
Sure, let me whip them all right off for you. That might not be a great idea, because stuff's melted, I'm guessing.
They're beautiful.
Oh, they're different statues. Remember? They had, constellations. So the transformation layer we witnessed could have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue Loberhoff fell away. CIGC! Wasn't imagining things. Wasn't mistaken. So, Master, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look like just like the winter room. I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar. The cloth at the bottom half, the Pisces, and the Gemini statues looked almost the same. Fitter for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half and he looks... Oh, I get... Is that what it is? So, I guess they're like half and half? They're not like the entire statue, maybe. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. Somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. So we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Fender? Oh, what now? Mr. Winner and Judge Gavel. What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? Former assistant Samson. I've read that one already. A British pharmacist of indeterminate age who can't resist sweet foods. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see. Fast drop in for lurk. Thank you for the lurk, Kaisax. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good morning today. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good luck and enjoy the rest of your hope you enjoy the rest of your day. We'll probably be going about another hour and a half or so, I think. That's the plan, as I usually do. Not co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. You will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you. You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. Was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Exactly, your salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Always wanted to say that. Man, getting a word cut from you of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winner. Simply assisting with the police's investigations. A witness and bias. Gumshoe is entirely in the right. He is? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I was saying at all. I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. You must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. I judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene. Well, actually, technically... I was gonna say, technically, has anything happened yet? I mean, they just got here. The Goddess of Justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace, and Eustace alone. What you mean, this is Mr. Winner's case? That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warmer back to get off the stage. Sure, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up in everything. Okay, we already know that he's going to be wrong, because he's wrong in every other case. So that's going to certainly be interesting. What did you say? A suspect already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Me? What's going on there? How's he gonna accuse this? Okay. Guess it's as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. And surprisingly, you like the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Like the attitude. Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy? Yeah, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. He told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. I can't think of the name just now. Wait there a second, let me just call him real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why did you make the call if you know the answer? The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxian. Asphyxian sounds like asphyxiation, which would be losing of breath? Ubiquium? I have no clue what ubiquium is. I know I've heard of ubiqui something before, but... What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products.
paint and dishwashing liquids, among others. On its own, it is entirely benign. So it's something anyone could get their hands on. Does sound nasty. What is it used for? It's the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. It is now impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. Wait. Oh, that just froze. Alright, give it a second. I think it's back now. Okay. That froze for a second. Sometimes it does then. So the encoder for some reason. I still don't know why it does that. Surprisingly, it didn't come up with the error message, so... poison gas ingredients. The gas was produced when bright red ubiquitarium and pure white asphyxium were mixed together. I'm back. I know the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Gambit informed us already. Great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas ubiquitarium is used in paint and stuff. There was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with your friend, the artist. Objection to the paint on that palette in your hand.
Is this kid okay? He seems a little...
Indeed, I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Quit talking about me like I'm not even here. Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you, nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you for one of your winning deductions? I like that she just lies to... Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers.
Who's that Pokemon?
My friend Yahtzee won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? Guess the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquitous, which as we know is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person. He was the one winning straight away from the victim. Which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects.
Let me check the thing real quick. So all this stuff is normal. We can just present things. We can press stuff normally, and then we can present stuff.
There's a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Leave red paint at the scene of the crime. I gotta remember that her voice is like low. Or something more sinister. The catalyst for a cloud of poison gas, perhaps. I think I might have left my heart there, you know? And you might have picked it. Oh no. He's hitting on gavel now. Does this ever end? Does it ever end at all? I really don't think that it does it? Be careful what you say to me. Campbell is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict. Ignore him, please, Your Honor, it's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! Can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. Submit to fate and crawl out of here with your tail between your legs because I win.
Just wondering what happened there with the light. It's taking a while to load up. So I could have jumped a bit. It's like...
I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice.
What's going on here? Like,
it? So we can press all these like normal. I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character. First to admit it, you're trying to beat me to it? But you can't, because I'm the winner. I'm the first rate. Always. The first rate artist, you say? Well, Harry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. Alright, every one of these gets pressed, and then we have like 3 presents before we get into the next segment. We do indeed, it seems it's found, we do indeed, it seems it's found in a number of everyday products. I don't know why that does that. Right. What makes your friend's bank pretty darn suspicious? Isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquitous is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you? It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either. Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction showed you he has paint, and he was closest to the victim. That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on? What, you have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. They're really asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is. Let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener. We also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, even find the other guy, and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all of our time. Okay, so... So, poison gas ingredients in the second statement. Then... Pisces, then the pink stain. And then we're into the next area. Which at that point then becomes... yeah, okay, so we're still investigating. So presents, yeah, we're definitely not finishing this case today. Next stream, probably, depending on how long it is. Doctors are anything but winning, I'm afraid, unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case contained the sculpture of Pisces. It did, and it was created by the artist guy, with the red paint that we know is full of ubiquitous. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. Gas is created when ubiquitous is mixed with another substance, asphyxium. Paint containing ubiquitous alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. Wouldn't? Thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with the ubiquitous. So you're telling me all of this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report? The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts had found the victim.
Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. My aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I am doing is demonstrating that you did not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove that the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquitarium with white asphyxium. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure out that before anything else. Indeed we do. That is when Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble, quite the opposite in fact, we're here to help. You said you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. He is bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. You might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. You are sure? Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created? You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butt saw, that was the ubiquitarium. Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so I copied some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? Red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside that case. And what evidence do you have that that's what happened? Evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. You need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids had mixed together. Yeah. Because remember, it made pink, because red plus white makes, red plus white makes pink, so, this would be the proof here, is that this is the ubiquitarium was red, and the asphyxium was, white.
Take that!
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquitarium mixed with some asphyxium? We have an artist with us, why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I can imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red and white? Don't treat me like a dumb edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
Hold it!
That would be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? I think I do. Ubiquitarium is red, asphyxium is white, mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Interesting. I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. You cannot know for sure what that this shows the results of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you were attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by the suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on his veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it.
True artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I do not ask for your opinion. It's a cold one, but I like it. May you rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth, especially as there is another question as to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the order wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us with that.
Mr. Gusto, he is still unconscious and in critical condition.
He is? Oh.
Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you'd be so kind as to leave him in peace. For the preceding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist?
Could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen.
I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets.
Finally, she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. My name's Laurice Durnim, but you can call me Laurice.
If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Durnim.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. Tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out.
It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid. Well, as it happens, I can back our pal up, here up on that. Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it was just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Mazzolino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. So, winnowing. Don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. What is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time? The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Searching for a gas mask if you like, I doubt you'll find one. I see, then I suppose we will have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gamble, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? But once again, Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark. What are you talking about? I just need some more information. Can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. No, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Durnim, you may step down from the stand.
Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick... Hang on a second. Let me stick around, please.
Overruled.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mess. I love it.
Who exactly is this next suspect? I'm slurring my words for some reason. Maybe I'm getting tired, is that why? Although I still want to keep going. I don't want to stop. Not right now, anyway. Pharmacist Delicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra. But someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. Court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure. My winning? Of course, Gavel. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay?
Sure.
Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Mr. Scone from the start? Oh, you mentioned it. She wasn't helping Mr. Winner like she usually does, huh?
What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavel?
I was waiting for the transition. Okay, that was a weird transition. Usually it doesn't, like, sit you on that point and then... Usually it doesn't just sit you on a point like that and then, usually it's like there's a transition, but that was a little flat. That was a little flat, actually. April 2, 12 at 5 p.m., Zodiac Hall, Autumn Wing. They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. So to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Delicia Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer at your service. Delicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. Alright, Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say, it's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Well, have we met before, young man?
Get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son.
Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miles, he smiles.
If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do.
Ooh, Greggy Pegleg's boy, and all grown up, too. Makes me feel my age, why don't you?
I wonder just how old she is. She doesn't look like she's aged at all since 18 years. 18 years ago, they showed her. She's not aged a bit. At least I don't think that she has. Because it says that she's of indeterminate age. It's been 18 years and she hasn't changed. Like, even, like, Gusto's changed age. Obviously, Judy is, like, 18 years older. Okay, this character still looks exactly the same. I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah, what brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, so no one's going to stop me from visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Well, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Well, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. You'd be much better off treating him than losing vital minutes taking him to hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. Do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Oh yes, dear. He was in the news and everything. Confectioner and crafting king of the world, they said. Well, so the old dog really went to Shang far and upped his game, just like he said he would. "45 minutes to go. Come on. You can get through this. Perhaps if you could proceed to the matter at hand, Mr. Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. You use it well, to get rid of you-know-what. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. I don't ask what you mean by you-know-what. The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them.
I get it, those.
Thank you, Miss Scone.
One more question if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxian and ubiquium are combined?
Yes.
It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium. Ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas.
Was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. Poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas you'd need probably 500 mils of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Did they have 500 mils though? Because
I mean, I'm wondering, like, cause the stuff's, cause there's melted ice. I'm wondering, like, cause certain things, obviously, when you mix them with water, would become less potent. But some things mixed with water just increase, I guess, if you get what I'm saying. So I wonder if that's also going to be a problem. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxian's more watery, and it's white in color. That will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone. Well, I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully, terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Scone. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top.
That's rather unusual.
The temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. This case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it.
Lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium.
Now we're talking.
That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid.
It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Feith, anyway. You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy, but whatever, anything for the truth. Before you get too carried away, the Goddess of Justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves.
Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out.
I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove that to me that it would be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation.
You're the lady smiles.
Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. It has to be Gusto, right? Because no one else was around. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? The only person it could have been would have been Gusto, because the thing was outside, you weren't around, neither were you. Gumshoe and Kay weren't there, Verity wasn't there, and neither was Eustace, so... It has to be Carbello. No one else was around it, or even in the vicinity of the room to trigger it in the first place, because you would think that even the person who triggers it, unless they did it via remote,
Take that.
the victim Carmelo Gusto was the only person to have entered the wall. Okay, so now we have that done.
Pokemon!
Clear that. So that's done. I'm gonna present the blowtorch. Then... Okay, then the next profile. And then we go back to the beginning. Okay. So nothing for a little while. So we're actually getting through the middle section quite quickly. We're almost at middle 4 apparently, so I guess we're gonna solve maybe 2 cases in one. I'm assuming whoever's done something in the previous case is the person who's done something here. That's usually what happens. It's not always the way, but... Well, certainly he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. We're not getting any more trophies today either. So it'll probably be next time that we stream. Very well, I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed. Immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it. Also, I don't know why there's a flashing, like, screen there. That's just really silly. Not that it's, like, bothers me, but... Don't scare me like that. So, this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. It's a generous amount of ubiquitarium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what's keeping that lid on real tight.
The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on that little house there, huh, Pisces?
And do we have any idea on how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked?
Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage.
I see, so we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. We also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing surface. Thoughts?
Ice cold makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks make me think about those deeply etched lines in your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place? Why indeed? A heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquitarium. You look like the cat that got the cream, Mazzarina. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do, and what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first. It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers. How did Mr. Gusto open the case? They said heat applied to the surface, so the only way to do it would have been the blowtorch, because the blowtorch applying heat would have then caused for the ice to, the thing to crack. But I don't know how well a blowtorch would work in a room that was temperature based. I guess it would still work because it burns hot, I think. So I guess we'll see. It has to be the blowtorch, we have no other option. Blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. Blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquitarium so he could open the lid. Indeed. Beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you already had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh, that was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too? Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes. Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing, and while he was in here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquitarium on the underside of the lid. And as the ubiquitarium melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. So he opened the case and that getting the gas, huh? Seems we got there in the end. Surprised we didn't investigate with, what do you call it? We didn't investigate with, what do you call it? We didn't investigate the Little Thief section. Why the heck did he want to open that case in the first place? Not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. Thinking he might come here for the same reason I did. Check out the Autumn Wing, but the Winter Wing... You remember, right? I thought this was where the Winter Wing was when we first got here. Got you out too, didn't my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused, what with it being where Chillywink's room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all 6s and 7s, huh? Did everybody involved in the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the Winter Wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose. Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what, exactly? The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. You've been listening to all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winner's, sure, thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. It's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up, can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin on my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. How could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try and take one. I beg your pudding, how dare you? I did no such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner. You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist license. And it says right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. The product that we have established contains asphyxium, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. Didn't do it. It's all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, huh? No! There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery. Meaning you have to have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in the bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. Those are the chocolates from damn Fender. He offered us chocolates, remember? So I guess she got chocolates from somewhere. And that's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Oh, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look. And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st. Complaint filed, offense theft, items stolen, Infesticide Ultra 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a thief. A what? So you silly billies, I told you somebody pinched it off me. A week ago, no less. By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today. That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I'd forget my head if that wasn't screwed on. Now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice, clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done! Yeah, but what do I do now? Oh, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. Can't have to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. Alright, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and means to prepare. Two factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like another? Well, it can't be Eddie, it can't be Carmelo, because they're the victim, it can't be Larry. We've already determined that it's not you. It can't be the only character that could be is Judy, because she's the only one that we haven't suspected yet. Surely one Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We need some solid evidence to support such a theory nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. I shouldn't, Mazzarino. Might have to make that associate person a permanent deal.
That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started. Then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace. Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Yeah? We should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Gavel, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. 20 more minutes to go, and I can actually, like, stop. I don't know if we'll finish it in the next stream, because, if I don't stream tomorrow, we won't be playing this on Saturday, because Saturday will be, Persona. Sunday, I don't know if I'll be streaming. I might be. I think I actually... Should I? No, I will be streaming on Sunday, I think. Monday will be Rival, so Tuesday will be the next time we play this if I don't stream tomorrow, I think. April 2nd, 1:35 PM, Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Mr. Winner, weren't you going to go and talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? It means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... You're so exhausting. I need a break. There's something in the fountain. Wait, I'm not noticing anything in the fountain. Wait, what? That wasn't even there! I didn't even see it! It's a body! What on earth? Also, who is it? It's someone that we haven't seen. Order in the court. Someone call forensics. Bad news, sir. Real bad news. Order. I will have order, detective. There are sculptures in the Winter Wing. Oh, they were all melted. Did... Oh no. Now the sculptures have melted in the Winter Wing. We've got a dead body. Again, you can't even see a dead body here. You can't see a dead body here, and yet you could... they were telling you to... What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims. Talk about deja vu. Just like 18 years ago, even the ice has melted again. Again? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. Said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Mazzarino? I am. I think the answers lie in this in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. Oh, okay, so we're going back and forth between past and present. I wonder if they will do something with Little Thief where... Because in the previous case, they did that. In the previous case, it was like 2 days ago, and then, the thing. So I'm wondering if that's what they're going to do with Little Thief. She'll input all the data that she knows about the 18 years ago incident, and she'll put it into the thing. That sounds like what it's going to be. And then we might be able to swap between both scenes. Yep, there's our next to be continued. There's gonna be a lot to talk about in this case. I'm quite enjoying this one because it's going back and forth. So now we go back to the 18 years ago.
Still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. All that it's been 18 long years since. Murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of the treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tango Rover's chocolate tableau. He's been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicia Stone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away. "18 years ago, we are back at it again. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, fountain room. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie, it was always the job of a police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. Can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. What if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? Can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless? Now we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. Any new things that I can check out? Anything new here? I can check out this. I didn't check this before. What a gorgeous design. Really? It just seems a bit out there, to be honest. Like, how do you even get your tea in there? Art isn't about function, Eddie, it's about form. Guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. I don't know why I didn't check this earlier. Oh. Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. Suppose that must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials, after all. Mr. Bounce said she is a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I made it, it would say EF. Perhaps you should practice by initializing your personal belongings first. Nothing else? So I haven't examined everything. This lamp isn't working. No, unfortunately, it appears to be broken. Would have been nice to see it all lit up just once. Mr. Scone said it was good for relaxation, right? I could use some of that. Perhaps I'll get one for the office. Anything under here? So the lamps both have these hexagonal stands on the bottom, right? Yes, I imagine the indentations in the pillars were made to accommodate them. Boy, do they fit like a glove. Okay, can I investigate the blood? Oh, never mind. You can't even investigate the blood, it just talks about the thing itself. Roll the cloth of navy blue. It's very calming hue, I like it. Yeah, that was real deep and all, Mr. E. Let's get to the main event already and light it up. Alright, but I wasn't trying to be deep or anything, though. Whoa, look at all these buttons. I believe they're for changing the color of the light. Try pressing one, Eddie. There, now the cloth is all lit up. It's so pretty no matter how many times I see it. I wonder if you can click that multiple times. The cloth is now glowing with a pale blue hue thanks to the light emitting device.
Didn't Mrs. Scone say one of these cloth sentence machines are missing? Who do you think could have taken them? I have no idea, but I suspect it might be something to do with that case somehow. Can I change it, or do I have to, like... Okay, no, I can't do anything else with it. It's just what it is. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry, I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. And well, I promise. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. Look like you could use a little pick-me-up. Song time? I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound. Tangaro's favorite, handmade by Bound, rather misshapen and incredibly sweet. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. Sorry if they're not to your taste. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. Imagine, me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique. Tangaro sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound. Whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? Nope, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. Seems you are quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound. Of course, what right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby. Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right, one snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very man. Oh my goodness, this is like... This is... Christmas Eve was when she was found, and Christmas Eve is when this is when the, This is when the case is taking place. It's a Christmas Eve. This is on Christmas Eve as well. So there's that connection. Saved my life. Became the father I never had. Can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. I think today is Christmas Eve. I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Not very well, I'm afraid. But if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final. Okay, those look familiar? Like, the only difference that we've seen at this point is the one on the right had different, it didn't have clouds there. The left one looks the same, I think. I also see the machine. I see the machine that they said was, stolen. There's another one of those machines, like, right next to the thing there, so I'm wondering if that's the stolen machine, or if that's just a machine that someone else was able to use, because there's yeah, one of the machines, and then there's something else plugged into here as well, so we don't see it on this side. Oh, I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? Didn't know you were keen on constellations and the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the... Hold up, the lyre doesn't have any strings. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? It doesn't sound very... something like he'd forget to do. Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Well, I just... He didn't seem like the type. Seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself. Yes, I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful. I'd love to see it in action. Why don't I take your picture? Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day. Ready, say cheese! There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. It's such a cool camera. It's the only one we've got, so we use it for all of our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame. So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest. Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape. Later to take photos of the other contestants' work. But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? Didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Ah, yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrants, completely completed rooms. The film ran out just as he was finished photographing Mr. Guster's work. So he asked me to go put on in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there should be more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he'd just lost track somewhere along the way. But had he really, though? I went to our living room area to change the film and was passing through the fountain on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in there? Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police and then I went to tell everyone else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since. See, be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound. Of course, here you go. Thank you. Takes photos that develop instantly. A new film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. Mr. Frost's room, a photo of Frost sculptures taken by Judy Bound. Because of course. Okay. Detective Bad, Miss Scone. Are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. Big meanie told me to clear off. Oh, and a raid. Thank you, Photo, for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. The dual switch games, speedruns, Plat playthroughs. How was your stream? Hope that it went well. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Hopefully the Call of Duty games went well. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Fortunately, I'm getting really, really close to finishing stream, but I can at least continue on for a little bit. I hope that the stream went well. I keep repeating myself, it's been nearly 8 hours. Again, fully voiced platinum playthrough of this game. All the statements. We're trying to solve a crime between two
what do you call them? In the past, a patissier was killed. In the present, someone else was killed. We're swapping in between playing as the father of the main character and the main character. We've just gone back to the past and doing a few other things on the way. God, I'm tired. I have lost all my energy is drained right now, but thank you once again for the raid. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. He's running you off too, Detective Bad. Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go as far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right now in Frost's room. What about the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest? Oh, I might actually just... Boy, I'm actually just really tired. Mr. Gusto went to Frost's room. That's right, and I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. Don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room? Why am I having deja vu now? Why am I having deja vu now? I saw this! I saw this scene! I remember this scene! How can I have remembered this scene? I've never played this game before. Why am I having deja vu? Am I just losing my mind? I mean, I know it's not the first time that it's happened, but still, like... Straight up deja vu moment right now. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's a good sign for me to just... not... to stop stream for now. Hang on a sec, I'm gonna... Maybe this is a good reason for me to stop to end stream. Maybe I'm just overly tired. I'm misremembering things. But I've not played this game before, and I just had deja vu. How can I have deja vu of a moment that I have not seen yet? Like, usually deja vu is like you do something and then it plays out way later down the line. This is like I've dreamed this or I've done something. I don't know what. I don't know. I am losing it right now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I probably should just... I've lost it. I'm losing it right now. Sure, I'm losing it. Okay, just calm down. Alright, yeah, I should probably just end stream now. That way I don't lose everything, and also I can raid out with the raid so that I don't... thing. So, what did we do today? No new graphics, no, we get to see a couple of new things. We got to see, the ice sculpture, flavored ice sculptures. We got to see the candy castle that was not a candy castle. It was in fact just all of it was made using salt and whipped cream and, styrofoam, and it was basically all fake. We got to see some more ice sculptures, we got to see some more, of the other stuff. The music's still the same. Gameplay, I don't think we got anything new. I'm guessing that Little Thief is going to allow us to go back and forth between the 18 years mark and the nothing, if you get what I'm saying with that. So 18 years stuff and the present day, I think we're going to get something there. Also, we will get, we've got a crossover right now between two sets of characters. The present day and the past. So, I guess before I go and do that, I can wrap things up. Let me just wrap things up and what happened in the story, because I usually do that at the end of every stream. Type this in real quick. Check this for a second, and then we'll go and, yeah. Character-wise, we have a few things we can break down that are kind of the same. Characters. Let's go to this. We haven't seen Samson yet. Not in... outside of one flashback sequence, we haven't gone back and seen him yet. Nor have we done anything with Frost. We saw Von Karma. He was basically there letting us investigate the scene. Gusto, we saw him in the present day. This time it looked like he set up some sort of poisonous gas explosion to happen, and then he ended up subsequently being hospitalized with that. We saw Judy grown up and as well. Delicia Scone still looks exactly the same as she did in the previous case. Hasn't aged a day. In terms of the progression of the... that's right, we also got Larry. Larry was back as an artist again in the present day. He ended up running into the guy that was unconscious and then got accused of what was happening because he had the ingredients on him to make the poison gas, which turned out not to be the case anyway. And then we got Gumshoe came in to investigate with Faraday. We also got Kay coming back. Little Thief got used in the present day, although we didn't get to fully investigate with Little Thief this time. Instead, she just used it, and we had to just use our logic. So I'm guessing we can use Little Thief at some point or other. Because I did see in the present day that there was an option to talk to the ladder, or not talk to the ladder, but to... there was a ladder in there that we haven't investigated. So I'm guessing we're going to go back to there at some point to investigate for the future. Verity and Suf came in as well. So where did we actually begin? We were still in the beginning, weren't we? We ended up... actually, we were at the beginning part 1. So we're in beginning part 1. We're actually heading towards middle part 4, I believe. We're heading towards... Actually, no, we're in middle part 4. So we've still got end part 1, end part 2, end part 3, and the middle part 4. So we're about halfway through this case. And we're not... So we probably won't even finish it next stream. We may finish it the stream after that one. This might be another 4-case thing. Alright. So where do I begin? We basically finished up an investigation with the crime scene. We then got to investigate the next character. The next character's room. We saw Von Karma. We went to Delicia's room after we investigated all that there. We ended up basically figuring out that the cream that she was using, well, the cream was real, but the her delicacies that she was making were all fake. The salt crystal was obviously illegal. They weren't allowed to use that. I should just do this. And we basically had an investigation. We figured out where stuff went. We found blood on the salt lamp. We broke down that she broke a bunch of rules for the competition. So obviously that ended up happening. We found the luminous cloth, which again broke the rules because everything had to be edible, and she was using cloth that had lights on it. Instead, so she was basically just cheating her whole way through this competition. She also ended up going and, yeah, she basically cheated her way through is what happened. And then we interrogated her, to get her what was happening with things. She basically is a pharmacist. That's all that she was. She was just a pharmacist the whole time. We also ended up investigating. We went to go and investigate after we did the next room, and then ended up finding out that the ice sculptures had all just completely melted, and that led us back to the present day where we were. They described a little bit more. We ended up then going and investigating the Winter Wing, because apparently the sculptures that were supposed to be in there were a thing. We got a photo with a thing. We ran into Larry. We ran into Carmelo again, and then that was when we had to investigate the actual stuff. And then everyone else came back as well. Judy Bound came back. Delicia Stone came back. Everyone from the past case that's there basically has come back. We haven't seen Samson. I'm assuming Samson's dead, maybe, if they didn't get him off. I'm not sure. This was before they did the whole rush job of the cases, I guess. Judy ended up being, she still can sing, but now she does, she runs a museum, I guess. Delicia Stone is, still doing what she's doing. Then Kane and Gumshoe arrived, a whole bunch of stuff happened, and then we had to try and get Larry off of, them accusing him of being the person who poisoned the thing. We figured out that the blowtorch was used to break the glass that had the poison on it, which then let the gas out because it was broken prior. So we figured that out. We also had to break Winner's like skepticisms and that was happening and who did what there. Then we basically explained that Gusto was the one that had to have done it because no one else had access to that area at the moment. And the only person that we've determined that would have had access to the room and the planning and stuff needed would have been Judy. Then we got back to the area, found a dead body. We don't know who that is yet. We haven't seen who the dead body is. They were face down in the fountain. So that's probably going to be someone completely different, I would think. I have no clue, but it's a similar situation there. And now we're in the middle of part 3, which we've just gone back to the 18 years prior, and we're just doing a bit of discussion there. Where with just a little bit more investigating with some of the stuff there, and we haven't really done much else, so we will have to just wait and see how... Most of the stuff at the moment has just been talking. So we'll see where that's going to lead to as well, I guess. And we will just hopefully go and see what else is planned. So if I don't stream tomorrow... If I don't stream tomorrow, because the plan would be to stream tomorrow and do this, but if I don't get this uploaded, which I don't think that I might get it uploaded, but I don't know if I'll have enough time to stream tomorrow. The plan would be to stream this. If not, we'll wait until way later. Saturday will be... if I stream tomorrow, Saturday might not happen, and we might wait till Sunday. If I do stream tomorrow, then we will play this. I'm sorry, we'll play Persona 5 Strikers, because we missed out on doing it last week. Sunday will maybe be this. Monday, Rivals, and then Tuesday through Friday, back to this. I don't know if we'll finish the game this week, but there's a chance we might be able to finish it next week. This case is long, but it's not as long as the other one, I guess. We'll just have to wait and see. I know I keep saying that all the time, but that's basically all that it comes down to, is just waiting and seeing. But yeah, I don't really think I have any other things planned, so... I guess with that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, review on this video gets you post monetization. Helps me my content video, helps my content become more accessible to find. I upload on my past Plat Rex as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays 2. The YouTube channel, you can find the link down below to the games for the games we've played thus far. All in there is plays, upcoming games, DLC, Switch games from channel point region as well. Working on more play past savings for games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as switching things up some games on the Switch. Along with more triangle strategy, speedruns, optimal trial, Gadara spins, and Pokemon and Violet Nuzlocke, and we're doing those. The live notes, as well as the Pokemon Let's Go EV stuff, and the Super Mario Up Remake stuff as well. Working, the Dragon Quest 11 notes I'm still working on. I'm about halfway through now, I believe. We've just reached Act 2. We're doing the current, like, redo character parts. Final Fantasy Picture Master stuff as well.
I put it into YouTube because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they upload and deleted and want there to be a simple post for everyone to find my content to do so, and you'll also get a notification of when I go live on it as well. Follow or subscribe here on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a 5 fast 2 picks on Master Sprint. We'll get access to more channel redemption points to run on for the next game after we finish this one. Princess Peach Showtime, Luigi Mansion 2 HD, Donkey Country Returns, Persona 4 and Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. The choices are between Like a Dream Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Rio Fantasio, and Tomb Raider After 3 Remastered. You also get sub-budget emotes as well as actually viewing. Just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get Adblock. I greatly appreciate everyone's support today. Full of follows, chat, subs, bits, likes, raids, shoutouts as always. I will be doing Rivals on Monday. Quick matches, competitive mini games, if anyone wants to do those as well. And you'll also get a notification of my live on it as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish to add my Discord. I will send you invite to my friends. Discord server close to 2,000 members still going strong. Plenty of topics and games to discuss as well. I'm very after that. You'll also get a notification of my live as well. And finally, to know who can mushroom overlay that I use going forward. You can find the link down below in the description for that as well. So, as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone live who can raid. If anyone has any raid requests I may make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming and give them the raid. Let's see if there's anyone, because I did recently just get a raid myself, so... Let's have a look and see if there's anyone online right now who can raid. I don't know if there is at the moment. I'm like dead tired at the moment. Let's see. Who do we want to raid? Yeah, we can raid them. I think they're still playing Snake Eater, right? Yes, they are still playing Snake Eater. I'll raid Nema. They're doing Snake Eater right now. Well, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, I should say. One of the best games of well, not one of the best games of all time, but like at least the original was. It's not my favorite Metal Gear, but it's my second favorite. So let's just go ahead and raid them instead, I think. So thank you everyone for watching, and with that being said, have a good rest of the day night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.